Chapter 383. The person who came to look for Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi was naturally no one else but Qi Li. After she left the office building with Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi, there was already a Rolls-Royce parked outside the door. This car was the same model as Jiang Hai's car in the United States. Even the color was the same. It was specially bought by Qi Li after she came back from the United States. After getting in the car, the three of them did not say a word in the car. They rushed to the place that Qi Li had booked. Looking at Qi Li sitting there, Feng Yunqin looked very calm on the surface, but in fact, her heart was already thumping. After all, in a sense, she was the mistress, and Qi Li was the main wife. When the mistress saw the main wife, there were not many who dared to be arrogant. As for Ai Xiaoxi, from her face to her heart, she was quite uneasy. Sitting in the car, her 10 fingers were about to be twisted together. Looking at their performance, Qi Li saw it in her eyes and felt a little depressed in her heart. Now, she really wanted to go up, grab the hair of these two B******, and smash their heads together. Beating them up would not be enough to relieve her hatred. But the problem was that she knew that this was not possible. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain to Jiang Hai. Speaking of which, the relationship between Qi Li and Jiang Hai was really a bit complicated. It seemed that every time the plot could not progress, she would come out to save the scene. She was really a very selfless person. Of course, these were all digressions. In fact, when Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi went to Jiang Hai's manor, she already knew. Because she had deliberately arranged an informant near Jiang Hai's manor. In fact, it was not quite right to call it an informant, because this informant's main responsibility was to protect this area. Yes, her informant was a police officer. Now that Jiang Hai had invested in Winthrop's tourism development, in the eyes of the Winthrop people, Jiang Hai was the most important person. Of course, in the past, he was also the most important taxpayer. Therefore, the police cars outside Jiang Hai's manor would come every few minutes. Even though the distance was far, it did not dissuade the government from protecting Jiang Hai's assets. At this time, Qi Li sent someone to ask the police to help watch Jiang Hai to see if there were any outsiders. It was understandable. Therefore, when Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi entered Jiang Hai's manor for the first time, she already knew about it. After that, she even hired a private investigator to take some photos back. However, after the photos were taken, she didn't know what to do next. Normally, if a wife caught her cheating husband, these photos would be the evidence. Even if she didn't divorce him, she would still give him a warning. But now, the relationship between Jiang Hai and Qi Li was a little subtle. If she wanted a divorce, Jiang Hai would be happy. If she wanted to warn Jiang Hai, it would be useless because Jiang Hai would be happy to divorce her. Even if he had to give her half of his manor, Jiang Hai wouldn't care. Because with his ability and wealth, he could build a new manor like this wherever he went after the divorce. Therefore, the relationship between Qi Li and Jiang Hai was getting more and more subtle. In fact, from the beginning, Qi Li didn't pay too much attention to Jiang Hai. Because in the beginning, Jiang Hai really seemed to be a little useless to her. The relationship between the two of them was just a relationship of money. But she didn't know when it started, but in her eyes, Jiang Hai, who didn't seem to be very capable, suddenly became like a star in the sky, shining brightly in an instant. Excellent men are extremely attractive to women. It's like you have a toy. When you don't play with it, you forget about it. But suddenly, there are a lot of people, even if they have to spend a lot of money to get the toy. You have no choice but to face it. In Qi Li's eyes, Jiang Hai may be that toy. After going to Jiang Hai's manor, Qi Li also had some interactions with him. Most importantly, she became more and more curious about Jiang Hai and found more and more good things about Jiang Hai. He was indifferent, which was a double-edged sword. In other people's eyes, he had no ambition, but in Chi Li's eyes, he was a very good harbor. However, even if his temperament was indifferent, his ability to make money was much stronger than his own. He didn't know about other things, but just the amount of money he had earned in the past few months was enough to catch up with the money his company had earned in the past few decades. He was rich, had a good temperament, and had a good figure. Most importantly, he dared to take responsibility and could give Chi Li an indescribable sense of security. She didn't know when Jiang Hai had become very manly, especially in the face of the mountain lion attack. That kind of sense of security could only be seen in her father's body when she was young. It was also because of that night that Chi Li's feelings for Jiang Hai gradually came. Sometimes, in the dead of night, she would think about him. Chi Li didn't know when Jiang Hai had become very manly. If she had faced this relationship earlier, would the ending have been different? If she were in Winthrop now and lived with Jiang Hai, would her life be very beautiful? Of course, these were just thoughts. It wasn't that easy. Now, in public, she and Jiang Hai were business partners. In private, she still had some inexplicable feelings for Jiang Hai. That was why she held back her anger and looked at the two love rivals in front of her. The car soon arrived at the destination. It was one of the restaurants Chi Li was renovating. After getting out of the car, Chi Li led them into the empty restaurant. Now that the restaurant's renovation was completed, the smell was still in the air. Although the ingredients were the best, it was always good to be careful. Therefore, she planned to dry it for another month before opening it. But now, the people in the restaurant were all ready and were getting used to their positions. Because the restaurant's main dish was Jiang Hai's beef, everything was built according to the requirements of a Western restaurant. At first glance, it made people feel that 13 spaces were very high. Under normal circumstances, this restaurant wouldn't serve ordinary customers. At least, people who weren't properly dressed wouldn't be allowed to enter. Of course, those who pretended to be weak were depressed. Seeing Chi Li's arrival, everyone in the restaurant was busy with their own business. However, when Chi Li passed by, they would respectfully bow to show their respect, but they wouldn't disturb her work. This was also Chi Li's request. She didn't need to do that. Well, her idea was different from Jiang Hai's and other people's. If she didn't do that, then what was the point of having the waiters bow? No matter what Chi Li thought, the three of them walked to a table in the middle of the hall. The steak in Chi Li's restaurant was cooked on the spot. In addition to steak, the restaurant also sold teppanyaki. Customers could gather here and watch the chef cook while they ate. She had to admit that it was very effective. When Chi Li walked over, a chef was already ready. Although they were eating teppanyaki, the chef wasn't a Japanese, but a French. Actually, teppanyaki was originally invented by the Spanish in the 15th or 16th century. At that time, Spain was the most powerful country in the world, and even the United Kingdom was inferior to it. This way of eating was invented by them, but it was indeed carried forward by the Japanese later. In terms of eating teppanyaki, European chefs were indeed not as good as Japanese chefs, but considering that the main dish here was steak, it was a good choice to hire a French chef. When he saw Chi Li and the others coming over, the handsome French chef who looked to be in his 30s showed a confident smile and said a string of French to the three women. Then, before the three women understood, he used his half-baked Chinese to translate. "Hello, ladies. My dear Chi, I've prepared everything. You can have a look at my skills," the French chef said while winking at Chi Li. Seeing this scene, Chi Li didn't react, but Feng Yunqian frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. The three of them sat there. Next, it was time for the French chef to show off his skills. One had to admit that the French chef that Chi Li found was really good. He was a 2-star Michelin chef. As soon as the dishes were cooked, the aroma drifted over. Then, he divided the dishes into 3 portions and sent them to the 3 women by the waiter. However, the 3 portions didn't seem to be different from each other. Although the 3 portions looked different, those who had studied them would know that Luli's portion was the best. It was a pity that Feng Yunshin and Ai Xiaoxi didn't study it. They ate some of the teppanyaki and to be honest, the taste was good, but the ingredients were ordinary, especially after they ate at Jiang Hai's place. Fortunately, the steak at the back was from Jiang Hai's place. It was specially brought back by Qi Li. Now that they ate it, the taste was indeed quite good. Although it was morning, the 3 women ate with relish. As for the French chef, after he finished cooking, he didn't retreat to the kitchen. Instead, he stood there and looked at Qi Li with a pair of gentle eyes. Unfortunately, Qi Li didn't even bother to tease him. "We're almost done eating. If you have anything to say, just say it, or we'll have to go back to work." Seeing that there wasn't much beef left on the plate, Feng Yunshin finally mustered up the courage and said to Qi Li, "Words. Do you think my words are useful? If I told you to stay away from Jiang Hai, would you do it?" Qi Li picked up a piece of steak and slowly put it into her mouth, then said somewhat speechlessly, "Actually, this doesn't depend on us, it depends on him." Hearing Qi Li's words, Feng Yunshin hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, so today I just came over to treat you to a meal. Consider it as me, your first wife, taking advantage of you. But then again, Feng Yunshin, you can just go to Jiang Hai yourself. Why did you bring another one? Aren't you afraid that what you get will be divided?" Qi Li gently tapped the table with her finger and said with a faint smile. Hearing her words, Feng Yunshin also gently wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled. Chapter 384. Looking at Qi Li in front of her, Feng Yunshin was not in a hurry, and there was no need to panic now. After wiping her mouth, she deliberately took a sip of her drink and said slowly, "I have a congenital defect, so I can't be the last one to stand next to Jiang Hai, but if the last one to stand next to Jiang Hai is you, then I will be in a passive position, so I want to take advantage of this opportunity to get reinforcements, that's all. Besides, with Jiang Hai's financial resources and ability in that aspect, it is not a problem to satisfy the 2 of us. To be honest, I can't take it, I think you should understand." Listening to Feng Yunshin's words, even Qi Li's face turned red unconsciously. She didn't think of anything shameful, but because. Although she and Jiang Hai were husband and wife in name, they didn't do that kind of thing. Now listening to the mistress talking about this in front of her, she was really embarrassed and anxious. Looking at her appearance, Feng Yunshin and Ai Xiaoxi naturally didn't think about it, but they thought that she would be shy. "Forget it, I can't talk to you. Before the matter between me and Jiang Hai is resolved, I will protect your safety in the capital. Remember, you are safe now because of Jiang Hai. If one day Jiang Hai also abandons you, then you don't need to stay here anymore." Shaking her head, Qi Li shook the thoughts in her mind and said faintly, "Of course, we are also very clear about this, so I even abandoned the big boss behind me. That's sincere enough, right? Xiaoxi, let's go, it's time to go to work." Hearing Qi Li's words, Feng Yunshin also stood up and walked out with a smile. She knew that when she reached Qi Li's level, she would do what she said. If she said that she and Ai Xiaoxi were safe, then they were really safe. Of course, the premise was that they didn't seek death and do something to make Jiang Hai unhappy. At that time, no one could save them. With Qi Li's character, the possibility of adding insult to injury was almost 1,000%. Seeing that Feng Yunshin was about to leave, Ai Xiaoxi also stood up immediately, nodded to Qi Li, and left immediately. After all, she was a person who just walked out of school, and looking at Qi Li, she was the most stressed. Looking at the 2 leaving, Qi Li didn't move, but continued to sit there and drink. Oh, by the way, let me remind you, Jiang Hai is very narrow-minded and sensitive. For people like us who are destined to be unable to stand by his side, he will remind us to be careful. You are the legal wife, so naturally, you should also pay attention to the little bees around you. If one day you get shot, then you and Jiang Hai are completely finished. Seeing that Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi were about to walk out of the restaurant, Feng Yunqin suddenly stopped and looked at the chef with some ridicule. After saying something to Qi Li, she turned around and left. Although they didn't know how to judge whether the teppanyaki meat was good or not, they weren't blind. But they were not blind. That man had been staring at Qi Li just now. Not to mention that it was just a feeling of admiration for the boss, they would not believe it. How could a Frenchman be any good? Hearing what Feng Yunqin said, Qi Li drank the drink in front of her in one gulp. Now she really wanted to find a man to anger Jiang Hai. But just like what Feng Yunqin said, Jiang Hai was a sensitive and narrow-minded person. If he knew that she found a boyfriend, no matter if this boyfriend was real or fake, he would directly cut off contact with her. He was such a heartless person, so Qi Li could only tolerate him outside while managing herself. But fortunately, she was not as helpless and cold as before. Because she knew that if something happened to her, she could rely on the shoulder in the United States. So after Feng Yunqin finished speaking, she looked at the person in front of her. You are fired. After saying this to the handsome French guy, Qi Li got up and left. Me? Outside? Hearing Qi Li's words, the handsome French guy, who originally felt good and wanted to hug the beauty, instantly became Spartan. He came here to work, first, because the money here was really a lot, and second, it was for Qi Li. She was rich, beautiful, had a good figure, and was also a strong woman. If such a woman was in his hands, even if he didn't get married, he wouldn't have to work for a lifetime. But he didn't expect that because of a light sentence, he would lose his job. Qi Li was too lazy to explain anything to him. She directly said, because my husband doesn't like it. Then she turned and left. Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi had to go to work, and she also had to go to work. The Qi family was still the most important in her heart. After a busy day, the imperial capital slowly went into the evening, and on the other side of the world in the United States, it was already morning. When Jiang Hai stretched and got out of bed, it was already past 7 o'clock. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, then he changed into sportswear and went out for a run. However, when Jiang Hai went out, he found that Bernice had already woken up. At this time, she was wearing a white traditional Chinese practice suit. She was standing there practicing boxing, but it was different from the Tai Chi that Jiang Hai had seen in the past. The old man and old woman in the park who practiced Tai Chi was not the same. This woman's boxing was vigorous and vigorous. Seeing that she was still punching hard, Jiang Hai didn't say much, but started running directly. Half an hour later, when Jiang Hai came back, the woman had already finished playing. At this time, she was relaxing her muscles. Finished, your punching technique is really beautiful. Seeing Bernice, Jiang Hai said with a smile. This was taught to me by my mother. Well, an uncle. This is authentic Bejiquin, but I have never used this thing in a real fight. It is probably just for show. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice shook her head and said with a serious face. Bejiquin. I have heard of this before. In literature, there is Tai Chi to calm the world, and in martial arts, there is Bejiquin to shake the world. This is Bejiquin, it is really good. Although Jiang Hai is not a boxing enthusiast, when he learned fighting skills from Belle, he went online. He had also looked it up on the internet. In terms of attack power, the Bao Ji Kung Fu should be at the top, followed by the Xingyi Kung Fu, the 5 forms, and the 8 trigrams. Of course, there was no such thing as the strongest martial arts in the world, only the strongest person. What kind of person uses what kind of kung fu, and what kind of effect it has, is uncertain. Jiang Hai is a layman, so he won't comment. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice glanced at him and said, "Have you finished your work at the research institute? Are you in a good mood?" "Well, there is some progress. After breakfast, I will go there." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also nodded, and his mood became better for no reason. Indeed, he has the right to be happy because his biggest crisis has been solved. Oh. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to have found a way, Bernice didn't care. After chatting for a while, the two returned to their respective rooms and took a shower. After washing off the sweat on his body, Jiang Hai went downstairs and began to prepare breakfast. It has to be said that life is always the best teacher. Thinking back, Jiang Hai didn't even know if the noodles were cooked, let alone cooking, but now in order not to trouble others, he has gradually begun to cook. Of course, Delina and Marion weren't young anymore. These two girls would sometimes cook, but to be honest, Jiang Hai didn't know if these two girls had a problem with their taste buds, but they especially liked to eat sour and spicy food. When cooking, they would also use a lot of ketchup and chili. This was what made Jiang Hai speechless. It was fine to eat them once in a while, but he couldn't bear to eat them every day. Therefore, as long as he had time, Jiang Hai would come to cook. Of course, cleaning up was their job. Jiang Hai didn't eat something as greasy as steak in the morning. Of course, there was still beef sausages. These beef sausages were made by Mrs. Philemon in the manor. Generally speaking, after removing the main beef, there would be a lot of minced meat left, such as the neck and some connecting parts of the meat. Although this beef could reach the standard if sold outside, Jiang Hai really didn't want to eat beef of this grade. They couldn't even finish the best beef, so what was the point of eating this beef? Therefore, these beef sausages were made into beef sausages. Generally speaking, beef sausages wouldn't be made with the lowest grade of beef that was canned. But it was also mainstream to use minced beef. It was good enough to use usable beef. It was really a waste to use standard beef sausages. But to be honest, it tasted pretty good. He fried 4 sausages, 4 eggs, cooked oatmeal, and a bowl of fruit and vegetable salad. As for milk and coffee, Jiang Hai had them all. He didn't drink coffee, so his coffee was canned. Although it wasn't as good as freshly made coffee, it was at least better than instant coffee. The 4 of them ate a delicious breakfast together and rested for a while. It was already past 9 in the morning. Bernice also had a driver's license, so Jiang Hai gave her the key to his Ford E350 and told her to do as she saw fit. Then, he drove his battle shield towards the distant Boston. A strange man. Looking at Jiang Hai's car driving away, Bernice couldn't help but curl her lips. In fact, she had another identity that Jiang Hai didn't know. She came here this time to observe Jiang Hai. But from yesterday afternoon and evening, this Jiang Hai was really quite interesting, but she didn't know what would happen in the future. Watching Jiang Hai's car leave her sight, Bernice didn't say much. She took the key and started the engine. She drove in the direction of the town. Today, she was going to see one of her few friends, Shandy Clive. As for Jiang Hai, he drove all the way to Boston. He didn't stop after passing through the city, but went directly to Boston University. This time, the researcher he was looking for was at Boston University. Chapter 385. The grass was green, and the trees were green. Well, Jiang Hai himself was not a top student, nor was he a scholar. In his mind, it was difficult to think of too many words to describe the scene he saw in the school at this time. Huaxia had a long history. With 5,000 years of history, there were many poems to describe these scenes. But for Jiang Hai, when it came to spring, the only phrase he could think of was, "How much worry can a gentleman have?" Just like a group of eunuchs, forget about it. After going to school for so many years, Jiang Hai had already returned everything he learned to the teacher. He did not like to owe people anything. But when it came to ancient poems, the one he remembered the most was Li Bai's poem about the moon. It was the bright moonlight before the bed, suspected of being frost on the ground. Raising my head to forget the moon, lowering my head to think of home. When he was young, Jiang Hai always thought that this poem was about homesickness. Later, he found out that it was not. The poem should be explained like this. In front of the bed, there was a woman named Mingyu. She took off all her clothes. Her snow-white skin was like the frost of the 12th lunar month. Raising his head to look at the girl named Mingyu, lowering his head to think of his wife in his hometown. The main concept of this poem was about Li Bai's feelings when he was looking for a prostitute. Was this also considered helping the country? But in any case, the feeling of youth on B City University's campus was very good. After parking the car in the designated parking lot, Jiang Hai strolled into the school. The education in the United States was similar to that of Hua Xia. It could be said that Hua Xia learned from the United States, including the steering wheel on the left and the right. The school system and start time were the same as the United States. Most schools in the United States had 2 semesters. Of course, some schools had 3 semesters. School starts in January, May, and August. But if it was 2 semesters, then there was no May. There were only August and January, and the start of school was in August. Now Jiang Hai was hanging around here, and before he knew it, it was already June. June was also the time of graduation, and the flow of people in the school was also increasing. The students who were good at their studies were busy preparing for their final graduation thesis. The students who were not good at their studies were thinking about what kind of job they could find after entering society. This was because the American government had very lax employment conditions. Well, actually, the employment rate was not as high as Hua Xia. Of course, the reason why they could not find a job was because of themselves. This was because there were many jobs that they were not willing to do, such as courier, waiters, and even civil servants. In the United States, most of the capable people would work in those big companies, and these companies were all private enterprises. The idea of an iron rice bowl in China did not have many people in the United States. This was something that could not be helped. Different education methods would naturally lead to different people's thinking. Jiang Hai looked at the lucky students around him and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he was indeed old. Unknowingly, he also wandered here for more than half an hour. Only then did he remember that he was looking for someone. "Classmate, may I ask, where is ecological evolution?" Looking at the students around him, most of them were white, a small number of black people, but they were basically in groups. Jiang Hai finally found an Asian girl who was alone. He pulled her and asked her. After the girl stopped, she looked up blankly. When she saw Jiang Hai, she couldn't help but stare blankly. "It's you, why are you here?" Looking at Jiang Hai, the girl said with a little joy. Do we know each other?" Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't remember knowing this girl. "It's me. My name is Lu Qing. When you bought the car, I sold it to you." Seeing Jiang Hai's puzzled look, the girl couldn't help but say with a smile. For Jiang Hai, this girl was just a shopping guide, but for this girl, Jiang Hai was her biggest customer. Because of her relationship with Jiang Hai, her monthly commission was enough for her expenses during her study abroad. "Oh, it's you, aren't you from Harvard University? Why are you at Boston University?" Hearing Lu Qing's words, Jiang Hai scratched his head puzzledly. His memory was still good. After all, his physical fitness was twice as good. When he said the girl's name, Jiang Hai's mind automatically reflected the situation at the time. The girl did introduce herself, and Jiang Hai was shocked at that time. Our Harvard University and Boston College are jointly conducting an experiment. It's about the bicorn gene. My graduation thesis is also about this. The main site is here, so I come here every day to do the experiment. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Lu Qing said with a smile. Obviously, in Boston, although there are many Asian students, and they are also very good at studying. But the locals still have some rejection of them, which can be seen from her coming to school alone. Well, congratulations to you, study hard, and you can also do construction for China when you return to China in the future. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also laughed, patted her on the shoulder, and said with approval. Then why don't you return to China? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Lu Qing looked at him with some doubts. I'm a cattle breeder. China doesn't need me. By the way, can I ask you, where is ecological evolution? If it is not necessary, Jiang Hai will not transfer his career to China. Although the taxes in China were much cheaper than in the United States, there were two problems. The first was that China was developing rapidly and the problem of the environment. Jiang Hai's main upgrade point was the tattoo on his body. If he returned to China, the tattoo's upgrade speed would be slower. This was not worth the loss. The second problem was that although the taxes in the United States were much higher, the problem was that his manor was still his. But in China, all the land belongs to the country. Jiang Hai worked hard to raise the cattle, fish, and land. When the country takes a fancy to it, it will directly belong to the country. If they compensate him with a little money, he won't even be able to find a reason to cry. This is the reality. Ecological evolution. What are you doing here? Hearing Jiang Hai change the topic, Lu Qing didn't ask much, but looked at him curiously. She is really confused. Why is Jiang Hai looking for ecological evolution? Don't I raise cattle? I want to set up a research team to study why my cattle are so good. With a shrug, Jiang Hai didn't know how to explain it. Saying it like this is a bit shameless. Hee hee. After listening to Jiang Hai's words, Lu Qing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It was the first time she saw someone so shameless. No matter what you want to do, come with me. Our research lab is in ecological evolution. But no matter what Jiang Hai said, Lu Qing still took him to the university. Because ecological evolution needs to study animals, not only cows, monkeys, orangutans, felines, canines, murines, and so on, they all need to study, so it takes up a lot of space. In a relatively remote area of Boston University, a place like a small zoo was built. This is where the research institute is located. As soon as Jiang Hai walked in front, he heard sounds coming from the research institute. After walking into the research institute with Lu Qing, Jiang Hai saw a lot of animals, really a lot. At first, it was the herbivore area. Rabbits, sheep, cows, horses, donkeys, and so on were all here. There was also the fake bison that Jiang Hai saw when he was at the Massachusetts grazing exhibition. According to Lu Qing, this bison was one of the fruits of Boston University's Research Institute, but the effect was not particularly good. The grandfather of this bison was a wild bison, but the grandmother, and grandfather were all normal and gentle cattle. After the crossbreeding, the female parent was an Angus cattle. Maybe it was because it was too gentle. So this bison's brain had some problems. It was commonly known as stupidity. It would do whatever you told it to do, but the premise was that you had to bring it to do it. They didn't have any instincts, and they didn't know how to move in groups. They were more like a machine than a living creature. Because of this kind of bison only looked good on the outside, but it didn't have any economic value in itself. If it was promoted, a cowboy would be responsible for a bison. How high would the cost be? Even Jiang Hai couldn't afford it, but Jiang Hai was quite interested in this kind of bison. It was big enough and docile enough. As long as this biological instinct was stimulated, it might be a good breeding target. Of course, these were just Jiang Hai's thoughts. Now was not the time for him to expand the breeding scale. After the vegetarian animal area, it was the omnivorous animal area. Monkeys, orangutans, bears, wild boars, and so on lived here. These animals ate both meat and vegetables. However, compared to the animals in the first area, the animals here were much more chaotic. As soon as they saw Jiang Hai and the others coming, they began to run around, jump, and ask for food. It had to be admitted that in fact, omnivorous animals were smarter than herbivores and pure carnivores. After the omnivore area, it was the carnivore area. Jiang Hai really found a lot of things here. In addition to the animals that LV Qing introduced to him at the beginning, there were many animals, such as crocodiles, pythons, coyotes, foxes, and so on. Jiang Hai even found mountain lions and black panthers, but there were no serious tigers and lions. When these animals saw Jiang Hai and LV Qing coming in, most of them stood up and circled around the cage. This represented their anxiety. It was obvious that they were quite unhappy to be locked in this small place. Chapter 386. After passing through the carnivore area, they arrived at the center of the research institute. After disinfection, Jiang Hai followed LV Qing to the door of the laboratory. Looking outside the door, he found that a lot of people were doing research there. Some were doing dissection, some were adjusting some potions. It seems that they were really busy. Standing outside the door, Jiang Hai looked inside. To his surprise, the people he saw in Massachusetts that day were not here. Did he come to the wrong place? Jiang Hai looked inside and was surprised to see that the people he saw in Massachusetts that day were not here. It's only been less than half a year, and everyone has left. Wait here for a while, I'll go in and see if Professor Girard is here. Looking at the busy people inside, LV Qing couldn't directly take Jiang Hai into the laboratory. This place is not a place for people to enter. Of course, some people don't want to go in. After all, it is also a place for killing. Ordinary people will be somewhat disgusted by these things. Okay, thank you. Hearing LV Qing's words, Jiang Hai also nodded, then walked into the examination room. But she looked around and found that not only the professor was not there, but the associate professor was also not there. Just as she was about to come out and talk to Jiang Hai, a large group of people suddenly came in from outside. The old man in the lead, Jiang Hai has some impression of him. He is the old man who led the team in the past. But looking at their gloomy faces, Jiang Hai couldn't help but slow down. And these people also ignored Jiang Hai and walked straight into the laboratory. Seeing these people coming in, everyone, including LV Qing, temporarily stopped their work and looked at the people in front of them with a serious face. Students, I have to tell you some unfortunate news. Because the Cartwright Company has not been doing well recently, they are not going to invest in our experiments anymore, and there is no one to take over, so the school leaders have decided to temporarily suspend our research. From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to come here. Looking at the students looking at him, the old man that Jiang Hai saw waved his hand, then said with a sad face. Hearing his words, all the students exploded in an instant. How can this be? We are working so hard, how can we just stop? Professor, don't you want to fight for it? Our research results will have a chance to make a breakthrough. The old man and the other old man behind him couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the students in front of them. How could they not fight for it? But B City University is not a world-renowned university. If this experiment is conducted at Harvard, then it will not be stopped so quickly. Harvard can provide a certain amount of funds until they find another sponsor, but B City University does not have that much money. Therefore, once their funds were cut off, they would immediately call for a halt. That was the reality. At the same time, Harvard didn't have any interest in this subject, so they naturally wouldn't take it over easily. It was precisely because of this reason that the higher-ups of both sides discussed and decided to stop if there was no other way. All of a sudden, everyone present was in a bad mood, especially the professor over there. Actually, he was the one who felt the most upset when the project was stopped. Who knew when the school would approve the next project? Just when the crowd was excited and the professor was a little sad, Enchanting quietly came to his side. After saying a few words to him, she led him outside and came in front of Enchanting. Enchanting, this is Mr. Baker Gerard, the professor and vice dean of ecological evolution at B City University. He is also the main person in charge of this laboratory. Mr. Gerard, this is Mr. Enchanting. He came to ask you to do a small project. Seeing the two meet, Enchanting introduced them to each other. After all, Enchanting helped her, so she still helped Enchanting with all her heart. Sir, I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Our laboratory has encountered some difficulties recently, so we may not be in the mood to accept private work. Sorry. Looking at Enchanting, Enchanting naturally explained Enchanting's intentions, but the professor didn't have the time to prove why Enchanting was so good. After all, Enchanting came to give them money, so he politely refused Enchanting's project and then wanted to go back directly. This kind of researcher, whether at home or abroad, is not a person to be trifled with. They don't care too much about whether the other party will lose face or not. They are very direct. However, Enchanting liked this kind of direct person. This was because he felt that his emotional injury wasn't high. Those who were too scheming, he couldn't play with them. This kind of straightforward person was the kind of friend he liked to make the most. Sir, my work is not a small one. I just heard that your laboratory has some minor problems because of funding problems. I think I can help solve this problem. Seeing that this person was about to leave, Enchanting immediately stopped him and said, "Ha!" Hearing Enchanting's words, this person's eyes lit up. Now, this person wants to hear the word money most. Now that he heard that Enchanting can solve his biggest problem, he suddenly became energetic. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Enchanting. Enchanting has just explained that I am from Winthrop. I also own a manor. We met at the Massachusetts Livestock Exhibition before, but at that time, the Cartwright Company invested in your experiment, so the relationship between us is not very good. Looking at the old man in front of him, Enchanting said with a smile. Oh, it's you, the owner of the miracle beef. How did you raise the cattle so well? It's even better than the Japanese cattle. It's incredible. After listening to Enchanting's words, it was obvious that this person had also heard of Enchanting. Enchanting's beef cattle were in the limelight at the New York Beef Cattle Exhibition. He was also a person in the circle. How could he not have heard of it? However, after hearing that this person was in the limelight, he disappeared for a while and no one knew what he was doing. It's me. This time, I came here to let our laboratory study why my cattle are so good, because I also want to know. Looking at this person's surprised eyes, Enchanting also smiled. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. He didn't expect that one day he would become a celebrity. This feeling is really cool. Although I really want to study it, it's a pity that our laboratory is about to close down. You heard it just now. Because you defeated the Cartwright Company, the company's liquidity was affected. At the beginning of May, they announced that they would stop investing at the end of May. Today, the official news came. The school has decided to stop our experiment, so we can't do anything about it. He sighed helplessly. A scientist like him naturally liked to explore those mysterious places the most. Why is Jiang Hai's beef so good? In fact, he also wants to know, but now they are not qualified. It doesn't matter, because I'm also very interested in your original research. That tame bison is indeed a good project. I don't know how much money this investment will cost, but if it's possible, I can help you solve it. As soon as he heard this, Jiang Hai knew that there was a way. The only thing the old man was worried about now was money. As for Jiang Hai, he had a backup plan. This was the problem of his backup plan. He had to leave his backup plan behind, so he didn't care about the investment of money. As long as it didn't directly ask for all of his wealth, there was no problem. Besides, these people could use his manor for free for their research. Jiang Hai felt that the gentle bison alone was quite interesting. However, Jiang Hai didn't make a promise. At the moment, he still had more than $700 million in cash. Not counting the $400 million in oil, he had earned more than $300 million in Miami. After returning, he sold the cattle for the first time and made more than $200 million. Plus, he made more than $300 million the second time. However, after deducting the $250 million he needed to invest in the town, he still had to spend. In total, he was afraid that he still had about $700 million in his black card. In fact, money was sometimes very valuable, such as when Jiang Hai was poor, but sometimes it wasn't, such as now. Jiang Hai didn't invest in stocks, real estate, or gambling, although the money would depreciate if it was kept in the bank. But it was still $700 million in cash, and he could withdraw it at any time. It could be said that Jiang Hai was definitely one of the people with the most cash on hand. Even Bill Gates might not have as much cash as he did. But what if the old man asked for billions? What would Jiang Hai do? So, he couldn't be too sure. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man's eyes couldn't help but light up. In fact, the cost of our research is not particularly large. If you have a group behind you, then money should not be a problem, but if it's just you, then it may be a little troublesome. According to the original investment amount of Cartwright Company, it's about $50 million a year, 60% of which can be used to offset taxes. Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man immediately said excitedly. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Hai eagerly, afraid that Jiang Hai wouldn't agree. After hearing the old man say $50 million a year, Jiang Hai was relieved. $50 million wasn't a lot, especially when 60% could be used to offset taxes. Jiang Hai would only have to spend $20 million a year to buy a backup plan. If he had just come to the United States, to be honest, he might not have agreed to this price. It was too much, $50 million. But it didn't matter now. Based on the current sales, he would have to pay $600 to $700 million in taxes next year alone. Now that he could offset 60% of it, it was a good thing. I can invest, fully invest, and I can even raise the stakes. I can invest $100 million a year, but you have to come up with some projects worth investing in within 2 years. Looking at the old man in front of him, Jiang Hai calculated. $100 million could offset $60 million in taxes. Although it wasn't a lot, it wasn't a small amount either. Spending $40 million to buy a backup plan, and most importantly, there were other projects. Jiang Hai felt that he had made a profit this time. Deal. After all, the old man in front of him wasn't a businessman. When he heard Jiang Hai offer $100 million, he immediately clapped his hands and agreed without hesitation. Chapter 387. What happened next was much simpler. The two of them went to the office of the principal of B City University. Jiang Hai explained the amount of investment and transferred 100 million yuan on the spot. The principal of B City University did not treat Jiang Hai as a god and kept recommending other projects to Jiang Hai. However, Jiang Hai had no interest in these projects. In the end, the principal did not take out a penny from Jiang Hai's pocket, but the coach named Baker Gerard was overjoyed. Once Jiang Hai's money was in place, the experiment could continue. At the same time, he also gave Jiang Hai a thick stack of biological reports. Among them were not only the domesticated bison that Jiang Hai had seen before. There were also many reports on the domestication of other creatures. The most effective ones were the omnivorous animals, such as bears and wild boars. Their wildness had almost fallen to the acceptable range for humans. They were almost like some more ferocious dogs. At least they could recognize people. The domestication of carnivores, including mountain lions, black panthers, crocodiles, pythons, and so on, was not very ideal. Because they did not have spiritual energy, it was almost impossible to erase the ferocity of these carnivores in their DNA. Even if they were raised from a young age, as long as they were exposed to nature and blood, the ferocity engraved in their DNA would erupt. However, in addition to the carnivores and omnivores, the vegetarian animals were not bad. In addition to the domesticated bison, they also domesticated wild horses and many deer. In addition, there was also a very cute and docile animal, the capybara. The capybara was not a blowfish. The blowfish was a fish. The capybara was a large rodent and the largest rodent in the world. It belonged to the same genus as the Dutch pig, the guinea pig family. This animal originally lived in South America. It was about half a meter tall at the shoulder and weighed between 1 meter and 1 meter. It was quite cumbersome, but it had a very good temper. In South America, this kind of creature lived in the swamps, just like the domestic pigs in China. There were quite a few of them. Most importantly, their temperament was so gentle that it made one's hair stand on end. It was said that rabbits would bite when they were anxious. However, these creatures were almost never anxious. They could be bullied however they wanted. Hence, they were also one of the childhood playmates of the children in South America. The American government had always been determined to improve the diet of their citizens. The food that Americans ate was really too simple. This was because Americans almost never ate pork. They only ate beef, seafood, chicken, and even mutton. Therefore, the introduction of guinea pigs was beneficial to them. However, there was a huge difference between North America and South America. It was cold in North America. Of course, it didn't matter in Florida. They could just come over and live there. However, it was different in Boston. The research institute's most mature research system was to let these guinea pigs adapt to the climate in Boston. After Jiang Hai heard their report, he specially went to take a look. He had to admit that the guinea pigs were very good-looking and cute. Seeing that Jiang Hai was interested in this kind of thing, Baker Gerard was not completely ignorant. He immediately took out 2 freshly weaned capybaras that had not been tested yet. They were very clean and had just been weaned, and they gave them to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai did not refuse. These 2 little guys could be taken back to play with. After putting them in the box, Jiang Hai took them away. Of course, the matter of Jiang Hai's manor had been officially put on the agenda. They would send someone to check it out in the next few days to see why Jiang Hai's cows were so good. Driving with the 2 little guys, Jiang Hai returned to the manor. Of course, on the way back, he also gave the 2 little guys some spiritual energy, 1 for each. Jiang Hai was afraid that the 2 little guys would explode and die. After receiving the spiritual energy, the 2 little guys were still a little dizzy and sleepy. Their cute appearance made even Jiang Hai, who saw wild animals, his first thought was to eat them. He couldn't help but feel a little cute. He deliberately drove slowly. When he drove to the outskirts of Boston, he deliberately went to Zhang Dihai's shop. Sure enough, no matter when he came, he would see the old man sitting there, basking in the sun and drinking tea. It had to be admitted that Jiang Hai actually liked this kind of life the most, so people who were familiar with him would congratulate him in advance for entering the aging world. After freeloading 2 bottles of Lao Ganma from Mr. Zhang's shop, Jiang Hai discussed with him again. According to Mr. Zhang, the slaughtering date of the 3rd batch of cows should be set according to Walmart's time. Jiang Hai did not say much. Since the slightly awkward meeting with Prawalton last time, Jiang Hai was really embarrassed about Walmart now. After staying here for 2 hours, after feeling that the 2 little guys were about to wake up, Jiang Hai took the initiative to leave and drove back to the manor. The moment his car stopped, Daliana, Marian, Xiaobai, Little Huang, Chirp, and Dai Teeth ran over together. Maybe they heard the dog barking. The 2 little guys, who were still a little confused, opened their bean-sized eyes and looked around curiously. When they saw Jiang Hai, the 2 little guys seemed to be relieved. It seems to have worked. Looking at the 2 little guys, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile, then he carried them out of the car. As soon as Jiang Hai got out of the car, these guys also surrounded him, looking at the 2 little guys in the cardboard box curiously. Wow, so cute. Girls have no resistance to cute things. As soon as Daliana and Marian saw the 2 little guys, they exclaimed and even stretched out their hands to tease them. Although they felt that these animals around them had the same smell of Jiang Hai's aura as they did, the 2 little guys were too docile. Facing Daliana's fingers, they didn't dodge, and they deliberately took the initiative to move forward. This action instantly won the favor of Dalina and Marian as they each carried one of them out of the room. Little Huang, Xiaobai, Dai Teeth, and Chirp also looked at the 2 little guys curiously. Because with their brain capacity, they have never seen such creatures before. What kind of joke is this? These are capybaras, they will be your good friends in the future. It's best to build a nest for them near the swimming pool, because they have to live by the water. By the way, these 2 little guys haven't been named yet, what should we name them? Jiang Hai stroked Daliana and Marian's hair and said with a smile. The 2 girls looked at the little guy in front of them, who was looking around with his bean-sized eyes. Thinking about it, Little Yellow, Little White, Bucktooth, and Chirps were all Jiang Hai's pets. And these 2 little fellows were their real pets, so they really cherished them. I think these 2 little guys look so silly, why don't we call them Big 2 and Small 2? Looking at the names that Daliana and Marian couldn't decide for a while, Jiang Hai showed off his naming talent again, but as soon as he said it, the 2 girls frowned. Big 2, Small 2, are these even names? Stop joking, okay? But because it's Jiang Hai, they can't say anything to refute his words, so they can only be angry there. Okay, don't show off your poor naming skills, let these 2 children name themselves. Maybe she felt the noise outside. Bernice, who had just returned, came out with a smile. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard the names Jiang Hai gave them. Is the name I gave bad? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai scratched his head and asked with some confusion. Okay. I won't comment on your squirrel and bald eagle. Squirrel at least has Dai Teeth, and bald eagle's cry is chirp chirp, but your dog should be the green wolf of Tibetan Mastiff. It's green all over, where did the yellow come from? Why is it called Little Huang? Your Caucasian is pure black, I don't see a little white, why is it called Xiaobai? Pointing to Jiang Hai's 2 big dogs, Bernice actually wanted to ask when she came here, she was really curious. It's because of Big Yellow. Big Yellow. Dogs should be called Big Yellow. When we first came here, it was quite skinny. Naturally, it was called Little Yellow. As for Little White, haven't you seen Crayon Shin-chan? Dogs should be called Big Yellow and Xiao Bai. Hearing Bernice's words, Jiang Hai said with certainty, and hearing his words, if it wasn't because she is not very familiar with him, Bernice would have cursed. Okay, but these two little guys, you don't have to intervene too much. If you have nothing else to do, come and help me arrange the room, your patient will come tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice felt that it was impossible to reason with him, so she asked him to come over and help. Jiang Hai listened to her, climbed upstairs, and began to help her arrange the room. He has to admit that Bernice is really attentive to this patient. Everything in the room is sterilized, including the room itself, sheets, trouser covers, curtains, wardrobes, and even the mattress and floor have been sterilized. Although it can't be compared with a real sterile room, it is definitely the cleanest room in the house. At the same time, the whole room is decorated in white, but the curtains are the thickest to block the sunlight. This is also a necessary scene for albinos, because they can't stand direct sunlight, but they like bright colors. After all, humans yearn for the light, and no one wants to live in the dark. When the white inner room lights are turned on, it is indeed much brighter than the outside. Just look at Bernice's research institute and you will understand. After helping her deal with the room here, it was already night, but today, Jiang Hai doesn't need to cook. There is plenty of beef at home, and when he came back, he had already called Ai Dehua and asked him to bring him a fish when he came back. This is not a problem for Jiang Hai, he has plenty of fish in his fishery. When Ai Dehua came back, he brought him a big cod. This kind of Atlantic cod was originally the most important for Jiang Hai's cultivation, but later, Jiang Hai replaced the less expensive cod with American redfish. Although it is more difficult to raise, Jiang Hai is confident. Chapter 388. Although they didn't raise cod, there was no shortage of cod in the Atlantic Ocean. He could catch them at any time. Coupled with the nourishment of the seaweed aura in the Jiang Sea, the fish in his fishery, although not overflowing with fish, were quite numerous in number and variety. In addition to the aquaculture area and the coral area, some other places also had a lot of fish species. The resources were quite rich. According to Edward Anderson's estimation when he went out to the sea to feed the bait these days, all the fish in Jiang Hai's fish farm were worth about $100 million. Of course, this was including the fish in the coral area. Even so, it gave them a lot of confidence. After all, these fish had only been raised for a season. After raising them for another 3 seasons to make up a year, the size and price of the fish would definitely increase again. In the evening, Jiang Hai made fried beef and fried cod. Although it was still a matter of craftsmanship, the good ingredients were still delicious. Bernice kept nodding. Among other things, Jiang Hai's food was definitely the best. The next morning, after Jiang Hai and Bernice finished their exercise, the two left together in Jiang Hai's Rolls-Royce. According to Jiang Hai, they had to use this car to pick up people. Regarding this, Bernice just smiled and didn't say anything. Who had ever seen a car like this that required the owner to drive it himself? Generally speaking, buying this kind of car required a driver. Was the owner the driver? She had never heard of such a thing. However, Jiang Hai himself was a collection of contradictions, so it didn't matter. The two drove and soon arrived at the Boston airport. After parking the car, about half an hour later, the plane they were waiting for from Miami landed at Boston airport. After waiting for about half an hour, a girl walked out of the airport, wrapped up tightly and holding an umbrella. It had to be admitted that this girl was too wrapped up. It was already early June, and the weather was quite hot. It was still more than 20 degrees Celsius. Most people wore shorts, miniskirts, vests, and the like. Even if they were afraid of the cold, they would only wear a pair of trousers at most. But this girl was like an Arabian woman. Her body was wrapped in thick clothes, a thick scarf on her head, and big sunglasses. Not a trace of skin was exposed, but even so, she deliberately held a huge umbrella to cover herself completely. Such a strange dress naturally attracted a lot of attention, but the girl didn't care. She still walked forward while looking around. But before she found the person, Jiang Hai and Bernice had already seen her. It couldn't be helped, her dress was really too eye-catching. "Littleya, here." Looking at the girl in front of her, Bernice shouted loudly. Hearing Bernice's words, the girl named Littleya also looked over, then carried her luggage and ran over quickly. When she arrived, Jiang Hai took the initiative to take the luggage and let the two girls hug first. "Sister, you've been waiting for a long time." Looking at Bernice, although the girl's expression couldn't be seen, her voice was still very sweet. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but understand in his heart. It turned out that these two people were sisters. Jiang Hai also said that if she was really just a patient, how could it be so troublesome? "It's okay, we just arrived. Come, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Hai, the person who will cure your illness. This is my sister, you can call her Littleya." Listening to her sister's words, Bernice took out a piece of tissue from her bag, stretched it into the tightly wrapped apron, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and introduced her and Jiang Hai to each other. "Jiang Hai." "Oh, hello, sorry to trouble you this time." Hearing Bernice's words, the girl looked at Jiang Hai with some surprise, but she still reacted quickly. She nodded to Jiang Hai and said politely, "You're welcome. Come, let's go home first. You've been wrapped up like this, it's not comfortable." Jiang Hai didn't hear the surprise in her words. In fact, even if he heard it, at most, he just felt that this treatment was not very reliable. Jiang Hai didn't say much. After putting the luggage in the trunk, he opened the back door for the two girls. The two girls also got into the back seat and began to whisper. As for Jiang Hai, he took them back to his manor. The airport in Boston was really close to Jiang Hai's manor. After leaving the airport, they arrived in 10 minutes. The highway from the airport to Boston was easy to get stuck in traffic, but there was no traffic to Jiang Hai's house. After driving the car into the manor, Littleya, who had just arrived, had been looking at the scenery outside. To be honest, this was the first time in her life to come to such a place, and she felt curious about everything. After waiting for the car to park, Jiang Hai took the luggage, and the two girls walked into his villa together. As soon as they walked into the villa, they saw Delina and Marian teaching the capybara that Jiang Hai gave them yesterday how to use the toilet. These two little guys were eventually named Hua Hua and Bubbles by the two girls. These two names came from a cartoon, The Flying Policewoman. However, Jiang Hai really didn't like it. How could Hua Hua and Bubbles have the literary self-restraint of a sophomore? In addition to them, Jiang Hai's other pets were also here at this time, watching with a strong force. Seeing someone coming back, these animals, Delina, and Marian all raised their heads and looked over. "Wow, hello." Feeling so many gazes, Littleya was obviously startled and said a little cautiously. Hearing her words, Delina and Marian also stood up immediately. "Hello, you must be the sister who is going to live here for a while." "Welcome, don't worry, our family's Jiang is very powerful. He can definitely cure your illness." Looking at the girl in front of her, Delina said immediately. "Your family." However, hearing Delina's words, Littleya was stunned for a moment, and she glanced at Bernice faintly. The meaning in her eyes was obvious. What is the relationship between these two girls and Jiang Hai? "They are my children, hee hee, they don't look like it, but they are indeed my children." This is Delina, and this is Marion. If you have any problems in the future, you can ask them for help. Jiang Hai naturally saw her unnatural expression, so he said with a smile. Then I will have to trouble you in the future. My name is Lilia, nice to meet you. After hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, Lilia actually understood. They were probably adopted, but Jiang Hai is a single person, so can he adopt such a big daughter? She was also a little confused. However, she only came here to treat her illness, not to do a home visit and investigation, so the rest had nothing to do with her. It's okay. Hearing Lilia's weak voice, Delina and Marion also smiled. Well, you two continue to take care of these two little ones. We will go up first. Jiang Hai was very happy with the performance of his two daughters. After getting along with them for a period of time, the inferiority in their hearts was slowly disappearing. In the beginning, they would hide whenever someone came, but now, they could take the initiative to chat. Jiang Hai was also very pleased with their progress. After saying a few words to them, Jiang Hai carried his suitcase and went upstairs to the room that had already been prepared for him. When Jiang Hai and the two girls walked into the room, Lilia couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Because compared to the curious outside, she was more familiar with this kind of environment. Walking in here, she finally found a sense of security. This is your room. Jiang Hai pointed around and said to Lilia with a smile. I am really grateful to you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Lilia also said politely. While speaking, she took off her scarf and sunglasses, because in her opinion, it was very impolite to talk to others like this, but she had to do this outside. Now that she was in the room, she could let go a little. And Jiang Hai also saw this girl named Lilia for the first time. He had to admit that the moment she took off her scarf and sunglasses, Jiang Hai was shocked and speechless for a moment. The girl in front of him was like an elf in a fairy tale. Just like a vampire, her skin was so white that there was not a trace of blood in it. Her hair was also so white that there was not a trace of any other color. In addition, she had exquisite facial features. Because she had received treatment, her eyes did not become squinted. They were also very big and very lively. To be honest, if such a girl was hugged to sleep at night, he might be shocked, but looking at her like this, she was indeed quite beautiful. There was a special kind of beauty that made Jiang Hai's eyes stare straight for a moment. Cough, it's okay, just treat this as your own home. I will prepare lunch. You can eat here at noon, and go downstairs at night. But after all, Jiang Hai is not a person who can't move when he sees a woman, so his surprise was only for a moment, and then he reacted. After smiling at Lilia, he took the initiative to leave. When Jiang Hai left, Lilia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, facing a stranger like Jiang Hai. In fact, she was a little nervous. Don't look at this guy's usual sloppy appearance. In fact, this guy still has some skills, he should be able to cure your illness. Looking at the relieved Lilia in front of her, Bernice walked over, put her arm around her shoulder, and said with a distressed face. She really likes her sister, but unfortunately, God is always so unfair. Sister, I have been used to it for so many years, it doesn't matter, but this Jiang Hai. Why does it sound familiar? Looking at her sister, Lilia said with a smile, but then she frowned slightly, and asked her sister with a puzzled face. Ah, yes, it is very familiar, it is the Jiang Hai in your mind. Hearing her words, Bernice also smiled. Chapter 389. Jiang, are you going out? Looking at Jiang Hai who was about to go out after lunch, Delina and Marion looked at him curiously. Originally, they wanted to ask Jiang Hai to help them build a nest for the two capybaras today. Yeah, I'm going to catch some fish for dinner. What's the matter? Hearing the two girls' words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask them. Oh, it's nothing, we just want to make a nest for Floey and Bubbles. They want to live by the water. You told us. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Daliana and Marian on the other side said. Capybaras were called capybaras because of their characteristic of living by the water. Regardless of whether they were cubs or adults, they couldn't leave the water for too long. The sun outside would burn their fur, and they wouldn't be able to take it. For example, when Jiang Hai brought the two little guys back yesterday, Delina and Marian put them beside the bathtub in their room and slept for a night. However, they couldn't possibly not take a bath every day, or go to Jiang Hai's place to take a bath. So today, they needed to build a nest for the two little guys and move it to the swimming pool. The swimming pool. It might be a little far. After thinking about what Delina said, Jiang Hai pondered for a while. Indeed, the swimming pool was located near the winery. It was indeed a little far. Jiang Hai wasn't worried that Delina and Marian would be in any danger. Now that the two girls were very good at swimming, Jiang Hai was worried about the two little guys. If there was any danger, the two little guys wouldn't be able to protect themselves. Well, let's empty a guest room to build a nest for the two little guys first. As for building a nest for them outside, let's think about it. Looking at Delina and Marian in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. To be honest, they were a little worried about leaving the two little ones outside. Now that they heard Jiang Hai's words, they naturally agreed 120%. Then, Jiang Hai, Delina, and Marian stayed together. Jiang Hai went to get some wood. In an empty guest room, he built a nest for the two little guys. The nest was made by some small stairs that floated in the air. On one side was the stairs, which allowed them to go up and down. On the other side was a bathtub with a thin layer of water. In this way, he didn't have to worry about these little guys drowning. Secondly, he didn't have to worry about running out of water or falling on them. In the past, Jiang Hai would not have done these things. He only learned these things after he came to the United States. In the United States, whether it was a cowboy or a fisherman, they all had some handicrafts. It was really not difficult to build a small nest for a pet. As long as he had some patience, there would be no problem. After working until 4:00 in the afternoon, Jiang Hai finally finished setting up the nest. After that, he no longer cared about Delina and Marian's happy faces. He drove the four-wheeled motorcycle to the Manor's wharf. After saying a few words to Edward Anderson, who was already packing up, Zhang Heng drove the small boat away from the wharf. When they arrived at the junction of the coral reef area and the grazing area, Jiang Hai didn't call Big Fool over. Instead, he directly put down a fishing rod and prepared to catch a fish. He was ready to do whatever he could catch. Time was limited, so he didn't have the leisure to pick more fish. As for lobsters, to be honest, Jiang Hai was a little tired of eating them. Recently, he wanted to eat fish. Sitting on a chair with his hand on the fishing rod, Jiang Hai looked at the sunset in the distance, and the sea was dyed red. He suddenly felt that such a scene was really beautiful. If someone took a picture at this time, it could be used as a desktop when they went back. However, this was just a thought. He often saw such a beautiful scene here. In fact, not only here, but his forest, his grassland, his villa, and everything else could be used as a desktop after taking a picture. Of course, the premise was that the picture had to be good. Just like the pictures taken by Feng Yunshin and AI Xiaoxi at Jiang Hai's place, after they were posted on the internet, although those otakus were most interested in the girls in the pictures, they were also fascinated by the scenery behind the girls. There were even a lot of people who used those photos as their phone wallpaper and computer desktop. Of course, those who had a partner or a wife wouldn't dare to do so, unless they wanted to be beaten or broken up. One day passed in the blink of an eye. TSK, how can there be a better life than this? What's the point of being busy every day? Looking at the scenery in front of him, Jiang Hai really liked this place more and more. Originally, he chose this place because it could provide him with an environment to upgrade. Later, he gradually liked this place because it could bring him wealth. When wealth and strength increased in both directions, he loved this place more and more because it could calm his heart. Jiang Hai was not like the ordinary young people who were crazy and ambitious before the age of 30. Jiang Hai felt that his ambition was slowly being wiped out in this land. To be honest, Jiang Hai felt that if he still had ambition now, it would be too tiring. And he was already used to being idle. If he was tired again, it might be okay for a few days, but for a long time, he wouldn't do anything. But then again, just like him now, he had nothing to do all day. In addition to fishing, catching lobsters, walking the dog, riding the horse, and the beautiful girls in the manor were everywhere. If necessary, he could drive to Boston or New York. With this attitude of life, plus the money he earned was more than 99% of the people in the world. What's the point of working hard? Being idle like this is sometimes the right way to go. Stephen Chow once said, "What's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish?" Well, Jiang Hai is actually a salted fish. The development of this side of the sea is almost done. As for the cattle on land and so on, we can just follow the routine. Sigh, I'd better enjoy my life honestly. However, I can think of a way to get some delicious food. Delicious food. Well, I haven't eaten eel for a long time. Oh right, eel, there isn't any here. I have to go back to China to get some. While enjoying the sea breeze, Jiang Hai whispered in a low voice. But after muttering for a while, he suddenly remembered something he used to like to eat: eel. Eel is a kind of freshwater eel, generally bred in the field. It is very common in the south of Huaxia, but in Jiang Hai's hometown of Bing City, it is almost absent. Jiang Hai also accidentally ate it in a Sichuan restaurant in Bing City, only then did he know that it was delicious. But in Bing City, there is no way to breed it. It is too expensive, so Jiang Hai has only eaten it a few times. Now that he thought about what he wanted to eat, Jiang Hai suddenly thought of this joke. However, Westerners don't eat eels. They eat eels, like the seven-gilled eel. Even in Europe, there were European kings who died because they ate eels. But they don't eat eel, whether it is eel or eel, they don't eat it. So it's quite difficult to eat eel here, but he can ask Mr. Zhang if there is a way. Just as Jiang Hai was thinking about stir-frying the eel, he suddenly felt his fishing rod tighten for no reason. As the fishing rod tightened, Jiang Hai immediately pulled the fishing line. He felt the owner of the fishing line on the other side. Jiang Hai was very sure that he got hooked, and this thing was not very small, about half a meter long. This made him cheer up and start to pull the line. Generally, fishing is an essential part of sea fishing, because the fish is very strong in the water, and the fishing line is naturally thicker and stronger. But the fish will not eat the thick fishing line, and the fishing rod is the same. The stronger the fishing rod, the heavier it is. Of course, this refers to the case of the same material. Jiang Hai never has to worry about the problem of strength. So the fishing line and fishing rod he uses are the strongest. Although they are not the most expensive, they are the most durable. And because he only uses thick fishing lines, the above fish are not small fish, basically, they are all big fish. Jiang Hai pulled the fishing line quickly. Although the fish on the other side struggled hard, unfortunately, it is not the opponent of Jiang Hai. He can't break Jiang Hai's fishing rod, nor can he break the fishing line. His strength is completely suppressed by Jiang Hai, so death is inevitable. In just a dozen seconds, Jiang Hai collected all the money. On the other side of the fishing line, a silver-white fish is struggling hard. This fish is not very streamlined. Its whole body is silver-white, and there is a black spot on its tail that looks like an eye. Jiang Hai is very familiar with this fish. American red fish. After pulling the fish onto the boat, Jiang Hai looked at the fish that was still struggling and wanted to return to the water. Yes, this fish is the American red fish that Jiang Hai breeds the most. The American red fish is also known as ocellated rockfish. It belongs to the rockfish family. It is native to the Atlantic Ocean of the United States, but now there is a lot of production in China. This fish is actually the best fish in the ordinary people's home, the big yellow flower. The big yellow flower is a rockfish, and so is this fish. It's just that the big yellow flower can't be farmed, but this fish can. But to be honest, the taste of these two fish is actually the same, especially the fish that grew up in the wild. In China, this fish can grow to 36 centimeters in a year and a half, and 55 centimeters in 2 years. In the southern breeding areas, it can grow more than 1 kilogram in a year, reach maturity in 4 years, and can be bred. This fish should not be the fish raised by Jiang Hai. Although Jiang Hai's fish have spiritual energy, it is only 3 months old after all, and it can't grow so big. And this fish is so big, it is likely to have swum from the outer sea. Taking off the fishing hook, Jiang Hai weighed it. This fish is about 4 kilograms. It is really not a small fish. Its body length is nearly 70 centimeters, which is a lot longer than Jiang Hai's original judgment of half a meter. Looking at this fish, Jiang Hai calculated in his heart. With the beef and other things, it is almost enough for them to eat, so he put away the things, threw the fish into the fish warehouse, and went home. Chapter 390. The taste of American red fish was almost the same as large yellow croaker, but the price was much lower. At the seaside, the wholesale price of red fish was about 60 yuan per catty. Of course, this was the domestic price. In the United States, a pound of red fish was about $8, which was much more expensive than codfish. Of course, the output couldn't be compared with codfish, but Jiang Hai didn't care about this. He had a way to increase the output. This kind of fish was mainly delicious, so the best way to cook it was to steam it, especially live fish. After Jiang Hai came back, he prepared to do this. First, he fished the fish out and knocked it out. Then, he killed the fish, removed the internal organs, and scraped the scales. After everything was done, he shredded the ginger and shredded the scallion. He put some of them into the fish's stomach and body. At the same time, he poured some cooking wine and began to marinate it. After marinating it for about 10 minutes, he steamed it in the steamer. After steaming it for 10 minutes, he took it down and poured the soup away. At the same time, he threw away the shredded ginger and onion in the fish's stomach. Then, he poured some steamed fish and bean drum on the fish's body. After that, he put some shredded ginger and onion on the fish's body. Then, he heated up the oil in the pot and added some pepper. After that, he threw the pepper out and sprinkled the pepper oil on the fish's body. It could be said that it was a very simple dish, but it could preserve the freshness of the fish to the greatest extent. When Jiang Hai was cooking, the smell of the fish began to reverberate in the villa. Not only did it attract Delina and Marion, but even Bernice and Xiaoya, who were on the second floor, came over. The Boston area was in the easternmost part of the United States, so every day, the sun rose early in the morning and set early in the evening. Even if there was East American time, there was only an hour time difference. When Jiang Hai finished fishing and came back, the sky was already completely dark. When the sky was dark, there was no sun. This was also the time for Xiaoya to move around. This was also the first time that she looked at Jiang Hai's villa in a serious manner. When Delina and Marian saw the pure white Xiaoya, they couldn't help but be stunned. They had never seen such a white person. Is there anything I can do? After walking around the villa, Xiaoya couldn't help but secretly nod. Jiang Hai's villa was indeed not small. It was much bigger than her family's villa in the country. Going to the balcony and looking at the moonlight and starlight outside, this kind of feeling was not only in the country, but also in foreign cities. It could only be seen in the countryside. Jiang Hai's place was the standard countryside. However, because Bernice was afraid that she would catch a cold, she only looked around before bringing her back. When she was waiting for dinner in the living room, she was still a little embarrassed. She took the initiative to go to the kitchen, wanting to help Jiang Hai with something. No need, no need. I'm not going to make any big dishes. The fish is already done. I'll fry the steak and we can eat. Looking at the girl in front of him, Jiang Hai shook his head. She was a guest, and he was too embarrassed to ask her for help. The salad hasn't been mixed yet, right? I can help. However, Xiaoya saw the vegetable salad in the bowl in the distance and couldn't help but ask Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai froze for a moment, then nodded. If she really wants to help, then let her help. Seeing Jiang Hai nodding, Xiaoya also smiled and went to the refrigerator to take out ketchup and salad dressing. It has to be said that when he was in the country, Jiang Hai still liked to eat these two kinds of sauces. But after arriving in the United States, people here eat these two kinds of sauces every day, and Jiang Hai was tired of eating them. So usually, he only eats meat. When he wants to eat vegetables, such as lettuce, carrots, and so on, he will eat them dry. Wow, the sauces here are really complete. Do you want to try our northeastern cold dishes? Seeing Jiang Hai's eyebrows twitching when she took out the two sauces, Xiaoya couldn't help but smile. She put the sauces back into the fridge, then looked at the sauces in the fridge and said excitedly, homemade cold dishes. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai froze for a moment, because he hasn't eaten it for a while. Can I make it? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Xiaoya also smiled and said happily, of course. When he heard about homemade cold dishes, to be honest, Jiang Hai was also a little moved. It is really not an easy thing to eat authentic Huaxia dishes here. Even if it is a cold dish, no one can make it, and the most important thing is that the ingredients are not available. In the United States, there were tofu sellers and dried tofu sellers, but there were no dried tofu sellers. This was what annoyed Jiang Hai the most. At the same time, aside from Old Zhang, there were no other places that sold wood ears. The fans are basically the same, so he has to admit that the cultural difference between the two places is still too big, and it is difficult to have a common point. However, under Jiang Hai's diligent collection, although there was still no dried tofu or skin care, the two most classic cold dishes, there were still other things. It's just that he didn't know how to mix them before, but now that there was someone who knew how to mix them, it was naturally excellent. Hearing that Jiang Hai agreed, Xiaoya immediately got busy. She opened the lid of sesame sauce, made some sesame sauce, poured vinegar, seafood soy sauce, some salt and chicken essence into it. There is also a need to explain here. Americans and Europeans almost don't eat chicken essence and monosodium glutamate, even for soup. They just use sauces for flavor and put some salt. That's it. So when Jiang Hai bought all the chicken essence, except for himself, Delina and Marian ate very little. But this time, there is finally someone to eat with him, and Jiang Hai is still very gratified. I heard that you are also from the Northeast. While mixing the sauce, Xiaoya asked Jiang Hai casually. Oh, yes, I am from Bing City. Seeing her posture and look like she knows how to cook, Jiang Hai no longer paid attention to her. Now, he still needs to fry the steak, and hearing Jiang Hai's words, Xiaoya's cute eyebrows wrinkled again. What a coincidence. My hometown is also in Bingqing. Come to think of it, I haven't been home for a long time. I didn't even go back during Chinese New Year, Xiaoya said with some melancholy as she mixed the sauce. You can go back this Chinese New Year. Don't worry, I am still very confident about your illness. Listening to little Ya's slightly melancholic words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be speechless. Looking at this pitiful girl, it was actually very easy for Jiang Hai to save her. He could use his spiritual qi to cure all diseases. Not to mention albinism, even leukemia would be cured. But the problem is, just like what Bernice said, there is no way to cover it up when the time comes. It was better to let her eat food with spiritual energy and slowly transfer spiritual energy to her. In this way, it wouldn't be long before her albinism was cured, and this period of time was the best time for her to recover. Then I really have to thank you. If my illness is cured, you must come to my house in Bing City to play. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, little Ya also smiled and said. However, Jiang Hai didn't know why, but when he heard it, he felt a bit awkward. Then he shook his head and laughed at himself. Thinking so much about a word of thanks, it seems that he is getting more and more pretentious. At this time, his beef was fried, and little Ya's sauce was also done. After changing the knife of the vegetables in the basin, she skillfully poured the sauce in. Soon, a large basin of cold dishes with the fragrance of sesame sauce was mixed. Smelling this aroma, Jiang Hai's mouth secreted saliva faster. He also quickened his pace. After the beef was mixed, 3 large dishes were placed on the table. When they saw the dishes on the table, Delina and Marian couldn't help but be stunned. This is because they have eaten fish and beef before. But they really haven't eaten this cold dish before. Out of curiosity, they picked up a piece. To be honest, the taste is a little strange. Although they like to eat the sour taste of ketchup and salad dressings, they don't like the sour taste of vinegar. But what surprised them was that the taste of vinegar and sesame sauce was not too strong. Instead, it gave them a very refreshing feeling. It was even more refreshing than ketchup and salad dressings. After eating the first bite, they rushed to the second bite. Coupled with the chili oil, there was a hint of spiciness. It was really satisfying. On the other side, Jiang Hai and Xiaoya also sat there and began to eat. To be honest, Xiaoya was really full of praise for Jiang Hai's beef. The quality of the beef was really good. She was also quite satisfied with the American red fish. It can be said that the 2 dishes in Jiang Hai's manner were an eye-opener for her. She kept giving a thumbs up. Of course, this thumbs up was only for the ingredients. Jiang Hai's cooking skills, he didn't seriously learn how to cook. He just made it according to her requirements. It can only be said that it was simple. I say, besides beef and seafood, is there nothing else to eat here? On the other hand, although Bernice was also struggling with the beef, she looked at Jiang Hai with some curiosity. Not really. There are chickens over there, pure little stupid chickens. They are all free-range. They eat grain in winter and insects in summer. They have not been fed any food. There is also a wyvern over there, which is our country's second-class protected animal. There is also a wild boar in the freezer that has been cleaned up, but I don't know how to cook these things. Listening to Bernice's words, Jiang Hai thought about it carefully. He seemed to be almost used to eating beef and seafood. In the past, in China, the people mainly ate pork. When Jiang Hai first came, he also wanted to eat pork. But to be honest, pork in the United States was not easy to buy. The wild boar that they hunted in the mountains had a particularly strong smell. The dishes that were cooked were almost inedible. The wyvern was cooked when Fu Yuan came last time. It was fresh, but the heat was not easy to control. Chapter 391. There are so many ingredients. Since we're living here, we're a little embarrassed. How about this? I'll be in charge of dinner in the future. You just need to prepare the ingredients. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice didn't say anything, but Xiaoye spoke first with a smile. Now that she had taken off her scarf, she was indeed much more cheerful than she was in the morning. You know how to cook? Hearing Xiaoye's words, Jiang Hai asked with some surprise. Then he patted his head and remembered that Xiaoye had just made a cold dish. It was indeed not very good for him to question her like this. Don't underestimate my sister. Although she is young, she has been very interested in cooking since she was a child. She has worshipped many top chefs as her teachers. Our Northeast cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Beijing cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, she is proficient in all of them. This time you have to treat her well, and then you will have a good meal. Hearing Jiang Hai's questioning words, Bernice also said with a smile. It's not as scary as sister said, but I can still make some home-cooked dishes. Because I couldn't go to school in the past, I could only study at home. There was no time to play, and the teacher almost didn't give me any homework. In addition, everyone in the family was very busy, so most of the free time, I learned some cooking skills. My mother said that girls who can cook are more likely to marry in the future. Hearing Bernice's words, little Ye couldn't help but shyly lower her head. But even if she was a little shy, there was no trace of blood on her face. Speaking of which, Jiang Hai really pitied her more and more. Okay, then I'll wait for delicious food tomorrow. What ingredients do you need? Tell me. Looking at the lonely expression on Xiaoye's face, Jiang Hai immediately changed the topic and asked her with a happy face. That depends on what you want to eat. Looking at Jiang Hai, Xiaoye's mood seemed to have changed. After all, after so many years, she has been somewhat used to it. Looking at Jiang Hai, she asked with a happy face. It has always been her wish to be able to help others. Let me think. Do you know how to cook the charred pork strips? Thinking of the dishes that he wanted to eat, Jiang Hai asked with an expectant look. That's not a problem, but I need non-spicy green and red peppers, carrots, sweet and sour. I saw it just now, and pork tenderloin and starch. It's best if it's potato. Looking at Jiang Hai, Xiaoye reported the ingredients she needed. We have green and red peppers in the vegetable garden. We also have carrots. As for pork, is wild boar okay? I remember buying starch, but I don't know if it's used up. He thought for a moment. He didn't lack vegetables here. Green and red peppers were also Americans' favorite food. The amount of carrots planted in Jiang Hai's manor was the largest, because not only people needed to eat them, but also horses needed to eat them. The only thing that he had some doubts about was the starch. He didn't know if there was still any left. Thinking about this, Jiang Hai specially went to the kitchen. After seeing that there was still some left, he happily told Xiaoye that there was starch. This was the most important thing, and he knew about it. Wild boar is also okay. But before cooking it, it needs to be marinated to get rid of the earthy smell. Well, this is a dish. Is there anything else you want to eat? Hearing that Jiang Hai had all kinds of ingredients here, Xiaoye nodded with satisfaction and then asked happily. Can you cook Kung Pao chicken? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hai said the second dish that he wanted to eat. Is it Sichuan cuisine or Zhejiang cuisine? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Xiaoye also raised her eyebrows and asked. Obviously, she was really passionate about cooking. She looked at Jiang Hai with a smile and asked. Sichuan cuisine or Zhe cuisine is also okay. I'm a little conflicted. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was a little conflicted. Kung Pao chicken and Yuxiang pork loin are both serious Sichuan cuisine. Kung Pao chicken was originally evolved from Shandong cuisine's soy sauce chicken and added the taste of the expensive spicy chicken. At the end of the Qing dynasty, a new dish was formed, Kung Pao chicken. There were many versions in China, but the main versions were divided into two categories. One was the Sichuan cuisine version, and the other was the Northeast cuisine version, also called the Zhejiang cuisine version. Because when the previous dynasty resisted the invasion of Japan, the previous dynasty's government moved to Mountain City. At that time, Mountain City was not a municipality directly under the central government. It was still one of the Shu lands. Naturally, the dishes were also Sichuan cuisine. However, the previous dynasty's emperor was from the Jiangxia area. He was not used to this taste, so his chef improved it and made the Sichuan cuisine into the sour and sweet taste that the people of Zhejiang liked to eat. And the supreme commander of the northeast, Xiao Shui, was the sworn brother of the previous dynasty's emperor. He also liked to eat these dishes very much, so he promoted them to the Northeast Army at that time. Later, after the war ended, people also promoted the cooking of these dishes. However, after all, the Jiangxia area had its own cuisine, so it was not easy to integrate it. There was no clear cuisine in the Northeast, so these dishes took root in the Northeast. Now, many Kung Pao chicken were sour and sweet, but they were actually spicy. Then let's make both. It's not a big deal. You have chickens here, so let's kill one tomorrow. I'll use the meat from the drumstick to make the Sichuan-style one, and the meat from the Yuhuang chicken to make the sweet and sour one. Then, I'll use the rest of the chicken to make chicken soup. If you can still catch fish tomorrow, I'll make another braised fish, and stir-fry the beef with ziran. Looking at Jiang Hai's tangled look, Xiaoye also smiled and said. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was already drooling. I regret what I did tonight. Let's look forward to tomorrow's dinner first. Looking at Xiaoye, Jiang Hai really felt that his spiritual energy this time was worth it. To be honest, if he hadn't promised Bernice, he really wouldn't have used his spiritual energy to save others. Yes, Jiang Hai was not as narrow-minded as Feng Yunqian said. He was a very selfish person. Why should his things be used by others? No matter how pitiful this person was, he still had a heart of stone. This was also his golden finger. If it was some kind of high-tech or something like that, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't give it to the country. These things had nothing to do with him. He was such a person. Don't try to reason with him, he wouldn't listen. This time, he saved Xiaoye because he owed Bernice a big favor. Now, he felt that if Xiaoye's culinary skills were really good, then he seemed to have really profited. I hope I won't disappoint you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Xiaoye also smiled and said seriously. Next, everyone continued to eat dinner. After dinner, everyone sat on the sofa and watched TV while discussing the time when Xiaoye would cook. Jiang Hai wanted to take advantage of this time to buy all the things he wanted to buy. But basically, it was just Jiang Hai and Xiaoye talking. Bernice didn't care about these things at all, while Delina and Marian had never been to Huaxia. They also didn't know what the authentic taste of these dishes were, so they couldn't get a word in. Unknowingly, it was already time to sleep. The 5 people returned to their rooms and began to sleep. But this night, it was destined that 2 people wouldn't be able to sleep easily. One of them was Jiang Hai, because he was thinking about what to eat tomorrow. No one knew about Jiang Hai's obsession with eating. To be honest, the current Jiang Hai had money, leisure, and women. The only thing left in his life was to eat. Now that he suddenly had a chef, there was really nothing happier than this. The other person who was suffering from insomnia was Xiaoya. It was her first time in an unfamiliar place, yet she could fall asleep so easily. Only a careless person would be able to do this. However, other than the fact that she was a little picky about her bed, everything else was fine. Because here, she didn't have those troubles in the past. She could live with her sister in a fairy tale-like manner. There were a lot of animals, green grass, blue sky, and sea here. This kind of life, in fact, was what she had yearned for a long time ago. The only regret was that she couldn't see these things during the day. But no matter what, looking at the night scenery was a very beautiful thing, at least in her opinion. It was a silent night. Jiang Hai and Xiaoya didn't know when they fell asleep. When Jiang Hai woke up the next day, Bernice's boxing was almost done. Jiang Hai didn't go for a run first, because the amount of exercise could be guaranteed. So he got up first to make breakfast. Because Xiaoya couldn't leave her room during the day, he had to send it to her. Of course, Jiang Hai wouldn't forget Azalina. This woman was really living a good life recently. After everything was done, Jiang Hai went to prepare the ingredients. In the morning, he went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables and killed a chicken at the same time. To be honest, this was the first time Jiang Hai killed a chicken, and it was under Xiaoya's guidance. Because after Jiang Hai caught the chicken, he really didn't know how to do it. Bernice specially called Xiaoya and put it on speaker to kill the chicken. The feathers were removed, the blood was drained, and the internal organs were removed. Of course, the internal organs wouldn't be thrown away. The heart, liver, and other things inside were all very delicious. After eating something for lunch, Jiang Hai went out to sea in the afternoon. Because today, not only did he want to catch fish, he also wanted to make some other things. The things he made in the past were basically wasted. Last night, he told Xiaoya about it and realized how wasteful he was. Just steamed lobster was good, but if it was processed, it could be made into lobster that could be eaten 3 times. There was also steamed lobster with garlic, sashimi, and so on. Jiang Hai didn't want to eat it because he didn't like to eat it raw. As for abalones, the best way to cook them was naturally not steamed, but braised and simmered. However, Jiang Hai didn't know how to cook them. Sea cucumbers didn't only cook scallion roast. There were also scallion oil, braised in soy sauce, clear soup, sea cucumber with fungus, tea-flavored sea cucumber, and so on. The cooking methods of sea cucumbers were also very strange. However, Jiang Hai also didn't know how to cook them. Not to mention that he didn't know how to cook, he actually didn't eat these things before. After all, before he came here, he was also a good youth of the new era who didn't work hard and couldn't differentiate between grains. What he knew now was all learned from Dr. Philip. That was all he knew. But now that there was a chef, Jiang Hai felt that it was time for him to eat his fill. So today, not only did he prepare a fish, he also prepared some other ingredients. He would cook slowly, anyway, she wouldn't be done so quickly. Chapter 392. Big Fool, it's time to eat. Driving the boat, Jiang Hai flew all the way to the place where he usually called Big Fool. This was the middle point between the coral reef and the stocking area. Jiang Hai liked this place very much because he could catch a lot of fish here, and he could also get a lot of lobsters, abalones, sea cucumbers, and so on. He didn't need to go deep into the coral reef. It was a very good place. After all, there were not only lobsters, abalones, sea cucumbers, and fish living in the coral reef, but there were also many creatures that were dangerous to humans. For example, sea snakes, sea anemones, stonefish, cockles, jellyfish, and so on. Jiang Hai liked his current life very much, so if it was not necessary, he would not go into the coral reef. Even if he went in, he would dress neatly. It was impossible for him to dress like now. Knocking on the side of the boat, Jiang Hai also shouted a few words into the sea, then he injected spirit energy into a piece of beef that he brought over. This was to supplement the nutrition of Big Fool and his wife. But this time, after he threw the beef into the sea, Big Fool and his wife, who usually rushed over to eat when they smelled the beef, waited for a long time this time. The piece of beef had completely sunk to the bottom of the sea. Countless fish were eating the meat, but they didn't see Big Fool and his wife. This made Jiang Hai frown. What's going on? Did they go somewhere else to play? Just when Jiang Hai felt a little strange and was about to directly go down to catch lobsters without waiting for Big Fool, suddenly, a vertical fin quickly came from a distance. Looking at the dorsal fin, Jiang Hai smiled, because the owner of the dorsal fin was none other than Big Fool's wife. In fact, the sharks in the sea were really interesting. Just like the cat shark, they were only so small in size. But the rat shark was very big. This shark, since receiving Jiang Hai's spirit energy, became smarter and bigger. It was impossible for it to surpass Big Fool, who was carefully raised by Jiang Hai, but surpassing ordinary rat sharks was not a problem. "It's you, where's Big Fool?" Seeing it coming over, Jiang Hai couldn't help but walk to the side of the boat and shouted at it. However, this rat shark was not in a hurry to eat the meat below at this time, but it was circling Jiang Hai's boat, as if it was very anxious. Looking at its appearance, Jiang Hai was a little confused. What's going on? In Jiang Hai's sight, the rat shark floated up and bit Jiang Hai's boat, wanting to take the boat in another direction. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai's boat was not an ordinary boat. It was also built with a lot of money. Obviously, it was not something it could move, which made it even more anxious. It wanted to swim away, but it seemed to want to let Jiang Hai know something, so it kept circling here. "Do you want me to go with you?" Seeing the rat shark busy here for a few minutes, Jiang Hai asked tentatively. Then he turned on the engine. Sure enough, as soon as the engine was turned on, the rat shark rushed in the direction where it came from. Jiang Hai saw that it really wanted him to follow, so he directly started the engine and followed the rat shark in that direction. After driving for about 10 minutes, Jiang Hai found a bloody smell floating on the sea level in front of him. After arriving at this area, the rat shark was faster. After about 3 minutes, many shark dorsal fins appeared in front of Jiang Hai. Among these shark dorsal fins, Jiang Hai saw the biggest one very conspicuously and he was most familiar with it. The scene at this time was needless to say, it seemed that Big Fool was besieged. "Damn, you dare to be arrogant in my territory." Looking at the scene that seemed to have entered a chaotic battle, Jiang Hai cursed and then got into the boat. Although he was also very anxious now, without equipment, he couldn't fight so many sharks in the sea. As for the rat shark, after bringing Jiang Hai over, it had already rejoined the battle circle. After Jiang Hai put on a diving suit at the fastest speed, he took a fish arrow, a spear gun, and 2 long daggers for close combat in the water and dived into the water. As soon as he entered the water, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be shocked. Because at this time, there were nearly 20 sharks underwater, and in the middle was naturally Big Fool and the rat shark couple. Beside them, there were many sharks. These sharks were about the same size, and they were all the same species. Hammerhead shark, also known as double hammerhead shark. Most sharks were not very smart, so they were all lone wolves. And this kind of shark was very rare. They were very big, but they liked to be in groups. A group of double hammerhead sharks, even if a great white shark saw them in the sea, it would have to avoid them. They were the real overlords of the sea. But this time, for some reason, they came to Jiang Hai's territory. Big Fool won't retreat, so they fought together. In fact, Jiang Hai's thoughts were almost the same. These sharks actually came to Jiang Hai's territory to track a group of tuna. However, Big Fool will let the tuna go, but Big Fool naturally won't let these guys go. In the past, Big Fool was just a sand tiger shark. He wasn't a real tiger shark. He didn't confront these large sharks head-on, so although he was the biggest shark here, to be honest, he was now at a disadvantage. When Jiang Hai went into the water, he saw that there were many wounds on Big Fool's body, especially on the gills. The shark's vital point has been torn by these sharks, but these sharks were almost uninjured. If Big Fool's body wasn't strong enough, he might have been torn apart by them. But even so, Big Fool was extremely passive at this time. If Jiang Hai came more than 10 minutes later, he might not even be able to collect Big Fool's body. The name of the underwater wolf pack was not for nothing. At this time, these sharks were constantly wandering in the water, looking for opportunities to attack Big Fool. What the F***ck, looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse. Without hesitation, he picked up a fish arrow and placed it on his spear. Aiming at a shark that was still wandering around, he pulled the trigger. With a whoosh sound, the arrow flew straight towards the shark. Seeing this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse. He didn't hold back and directly picked up a fish arrow, then put it on his spear and aimed at a shark that was still wandering around. The shark didn't expect that the attack would come from below. Before it had time to react, it was already pierced by Jiang Hai's fish arrow. The pain made the shark constantly struggle, but the more it struggled, the bigger the wound became, and the more blood flowed. The situation here also attracted the attention of other sharks. When Big Fool saw that it was Jiang Hai, his eyes flashed with a trace of relief. This is a good thing. Immediately, he swung his tail, and his body was like an arrow leaving the bow. He went up and bit the shark that was shot by Jiang Hai. The shark's head was flat, and in an instant, the shark twitched and slowly fell from the sea. And this attack was like a bugle horn that signaled the attack. The other sharks also swarmed up at the same time. If it was only Big Fool and his wife, it would probably be a disaster, but now there was also Jiang Hai. The spear gun's power was still quite good. Before these sharks had time to pounce, Jiang Hai shot another fish arrow, directly hitting the fastest shark, and piercing it again. At this time, the group of hammerhead sharks noticed Jiang Hai's existence. They didn't know what signal these sharks used to send, but most of the sharks were still besieging Big Fool. However, there were 4 sharks that rushed towards Jiang Hai. In the water, Jiang Hai couldn't swim faster than sharks, but these guys came over. Jiang Hai was not to be trifled with. The last experience in the deep sea made Jiang Hai have some confidence. Besides, even if he didn't have confidence, he still had to go. If he had to think about everything, then what's the point of being a human? So Jiang Hai immediately shot another fish arrow at the 4 sharks. Although the reaction of the 4 sharks was not slow, and they all dodged in the first place, one of them was still scratched on the tail fin, and its speed was greatly reduced. But even so, the 4 sharks still pounced on Jiang Hai and bit him. Just as they were about to bite, Jiang Hai's 4th arrow was already loaded. But even at such a close distance, the reaction of the sharks was not slow. The first shark dodged sideways and dodged the arrow. Jiang Hai almost saw a trace of playfulness in its small eyes, but this trace of playfulness quickly dissipated. Because at the moment when it dodged sideways, Jiang Hai also took out the long dagger tied to his leg and stabbed it into the guy's chest. Then the guy struggled there and lost its fighting power. But even if one was killed, there were still 3 sharks in front of Jiang Hai. At this time, Jiang Hai could only be glad that this was a double hammerhead shark. The largest one was 3.7 meters to 4.3 meters. If there were 3 great white sharks, Jiang Hai would probably die. Looking at the 2 sharks that rushed over first, Jiang Hai did not panic. He immediately punched the nose of a double hammerhead shark. As mentioned before, the 2 major weaknesses of sharks were their nose and eyes. The biggest feature of a double hammerhead shark was its nose, and its flat head was the evolved form of its nose. He only felt a shock in his hand, and this shark was already a little stunned by Jiang Hai's punch. Its body stopped, and it was about to turn white. But at this moment, another shark had already rushed over and bit Jiang Hai. At this moment, Jiang Hai's hand holding the dagger did not retreat but directly put it into this guy's mouth. This guy struggled in an instant, maybe it wanted to fight to the death. It also bit its mouth hard, but unfortunately, it did not bite. Chapter 393. As mentioned before, Jiang Hai came down after wearing a diving suit. Maybe he had no impression of it. Jiang Hai's diving suit was not like an ordinary diving suit. It was only a black diving suit. When he was diving in Miami, he specially asked Moses Adams to buy him a diving suit with a metal exterior. That thing can't even be pierced by a knife, let alone the teeth of these sharks. Although the teeth of these sharks are very sharp, but no matter how sharp they can't be sharper than a knife. Therefore, Jiang Hai only felt pain in his arm, but it didn't even scratch his skin. If it was not a hammerhead shark, but a great white shark or a killer whale, Jiang Hai's arm might be broken. But the problem was that it was not, so Jiang Hai put the dagger in the shark's mouth in an instant and directly stirred the shark's mouth into a mess. The shark may also feel the pain in its mouth, and it immediately spat out Jiang Hai's arm. After spitting it out, Jiang Hai had nothing to say. He stepped on the ground and slowly floated up. He held the dagger with both hands and stabbed it into the shark's brain. In an instant, the shark trembled and slowly floated down. He turned around and slashed the belly of the shark that was just about to react when Jiang Hai smashed it into a daze. In an instant, the intestines, stomach, and so on all flowed out of the hammerhead shark's body. The hammerhead shark was still struggling. It didn't want to die, but unfortunately, it had been cut open, so it had to die even if it didn't want to. Seeing Jiang Hai take care of his 3 companions, the last hammerhead shark to arrive couldn't help but stare blankly. Although sharks would go crazy after smelling blood, this most intelligent hammerhead shark obviously knew that the guy in front of it was not easy to deal with. Even if they went crazy, they were still animals. Animals would be afraid, even if they were stupid. So this hammerhead shark, after seeing Jiang Hai take care of its companions so quickly, turned and swam away immediately, but it did not know that it was easier to die this way. Jiang Hai picked up the spear that fell beside him. Without saying a word, he shot an arrow and shot it. This time, the hammerhead shark that was determined to escape could not escape. It was directly shot by Jiang Hai. It struggled powerlessly in the sea, and Jiang Hai did not stop. He continued to shoot. In the blink of an eye, with Jiang Hai's long-range DPS attack, the hammerhead sharks that were besieging Big Fool were also shot one by one. They spun and fell back into the sea. Soon, the group of hammerhead sharks felt that something was wrong. Maybe it was the leader's order. Of course, Jiang Hai could not hear this frequency, but these sharks could. The remaining 10 or so sharks swam away quickly. But Jiang Hai's fishing ground was not a place where they could come and go as they pleased. He waved his hand at Big Fool, who swam to Jiang Hai's side immediately. Jiang Hai also flipped over and rode on Big Fool. Then, he pressed his right hand and a stream of spirit energy was directly injected into Big Fool's body. Although Big Fool's spirit energy had basically been developed to the extreme and would not fluctuate much anymore, this stream of spirit energy still caused the wounds on its body to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its spirit also instantly became better. With a flick of its tail, the advantage of its large size and fast running was undoubtedly displayed at this time. Almost instantly, it caught up with the sharks. Jiang Hai was like a knight of the sea. His legs were firmly wrapped around Big Fool, but his hand readied the spear. He aimed at a shark that was running away and shot an arrow. The shark didn't have time to react and fell to the bottom of the sea. It was dead. With the death of the shark, the other sharks seemed to have understood the situation. If they ran like this, none of them would be able to escape. Then, the remaining 9 would scatter and escape. Jiang Hai immediately shot an arrow. After killing another shark, the remaining 8 sharks were really not easy to chase. He could only chase after one shark and kill another one. After that, he floated to the surface of the sea. Looking at the remaining 7 sharks that had already escaped, Jiang Hai was a little worried. These guys will definitely hold a grudge. If they come back to find trouble, the 7 sharks probably won't be able to beat them. It seems that the protection under the water needs to be increased a little. Patting Big Fool's head, Jiang Hai muttered. Big Fool was very happy that his master could come to save him this time. He took Jiang Hai to walk around the sea. Looking at the appearance of Big Fool and his wife, Jiang Hai also frowned. How to enhance the defensive capabilities of the seabed is a big matter in his mind. Although the enemy was defeated this time, it doesn't mean that the enemy won't come next time. Jiang Hai needs to find some helpers for Big Fool, but Big Fool isn't giving any help. Is he a male protagonist in a pure romance novel? Why did he only find one wife? He has such a big body, but he only has one wife. He is not afraid that he can't stand it. However, Big Fool is innocent, so Jiang Hai can't say anything. In addition to injecting his wife with spiritual energy to help her evolve faster, Jiang Hai seems to really need to find some reliable helpers for Big Fool. The seabed can't be like the surface of the sea. Jiang Hai can increase the number of ships and aircraft on the surface of the sea. Basically, if there is no war, then he is very safe here. But the seabed is different. Jiang Hai can't buy a submarine. Even if the United States is a quite open country, it is impossible to sell submarines to individuals. This is also one of the most annoying things for Jiang Hai. He wants to strengthen the defense under the sea, so he can only find some fish. However, he really can't think of a fish that can resist the attack of sharks, be very obedient, and be easy to tame. Right, I don't need fish, right? Just as he was struggling there, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He was thinking about fish just now. It's okay if it's not fish, for example, the legendary dolphin. As soon as he thought of dolphins, Jiang Hai's thoughts began to wander. In addition to dolphins, another marine mammal seemed to be a good choice. For example, killer whales. If these big creatures were here, how could sharks dare to come here? Cough, but then again, if this pet monster becomes Jiang Hai's pet, how many fish will he have left here? So it's better to take back his divergent thoughts for the time being. Forget about the killer whale, but dolphins can be considered. If there are some smart dolphins to join, and then there is a giant like Big Fool to lead, it is estimated that his defense under the sea will not be a big problem. Thinking of his favorite game in the past, the strongest naval equipment of the Allied Army, it is not the Aegis cruiser, and it is also not the aircraft carrier. It is this extremely strong dolphin that is so powerful under the water that it is terrifying. On the land of Russia, the strongest is naturally the giant squid. If it is not because it is impossible in the real world to have a squid that can tie up an aircraft carrier, Jiang Hai would want to catch one and try it. But no matter what, raising dolphins is still very reliable. However, once the thoughts are out, it is not easy to take them back. Since dolphins can be raised, then squids can also be considered. It's not that big. I'll just use my spiritual energy to make it that big. Big Fool can only grow 4 meters, but now it has grown to more than 10 meters. The giant spear squid can grow to a maximum of 20 meters. Does this mean that it can grow 3 times longer and reach 60 meters? A 60-meter squid. After Jiang Hai thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If someone dares to mess with him in the future, that 60-meter squid would be enough to scare them to death. Even if they don't die, they would still be scared to death. But it is useless to say this now. Jiang Hai has not even caught a giant squid. It is better to consider the problem of how to domesticate dolphins. Dolphins should be the focus of the National Environmental Protection Organization's monitoring. Japan killed some and almost caused a riot. If Jiang Hai wants to buy them, it is still relatively unreliable. If he can't buy them, he can only seduce some back. Invincibility is so lonely. Just as Jiang Hai was thinking about how to get some dolphins back, suddenly his mobile phone in the waterproof bag at his waist rang. Jiang Hai picked it up and saw that it was Bernice calling. "Hello, what's the matter?" Taking it, Jiang Hai asked curiously. "It's nothing, it's just that little Ye wants to tell you not to catch fish that are too big. If you can't do it, it will be a waste." Listening to Jiang Hai's voice, Bernice on the other side also said, Fish." As soon as it was mentioned, Jiang Hai remembered that he seemed to have come to catch fish and lobsters. After the fierce battle just now, it is already 3:00 in the afternoon. It is necessary to speed up. Just as Jiang Hai was about to return, he suddenly remembered that he had been busy for the whole afternoon and there seemed to be some spoils. "By the way, Bernice, ask little Ye if she can make shark fin." Thinking of this, Jiang Hai immediately asked. "Shark fin? She can make it, but aren't sharks a protected animal? Where do you get shark fin?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice on the other side was stunned for a moment, then asked him, but Jiang Hai didn't answer her. "It's fine as long as she knows how to make it." Diving back to the bottom of the sea, he found the sharks that he had killed one by one. There was no other way, these sharks were all bleeding to death, and Big Idiot's sense of smell was definitely the strongest. Finding these corpses in the water could not be any easier. After finding the bodies, Jiang Hai cut off the 2 shark fins. As for the bodies, if Big Idiot wants to eat them, Big Idiot and his wife can eat them. If they don't want to eat them, they will be fed to other fish. Although sharks are the overlords of the sea when they are alive. But after death, the small fish that were originally just their food are now competing for these behemoths. Jiang Hai killed a total of 12 sharks. It took him nearly 2 hours to find all the sharks. After cutting the shark fins, Jiang Hai had no interest in the rest of the shark meat. Carrying the thick stack of shark fins, Jiang Hai rowed Big Idiot back to his boat. He has always heard that shark fins are delicious. He wants to try it tonight. Chapter 394. Shark fins have been a treasure in the sea since ancient times. What we call shark fins are actually not the fins of real sharks. It refers to the filamentous cartilage in the fins of sharks. The skin of sharks can't be eaten. Many people think that sharks have no scales, but in fact, sharks have scales. The scales of fishes are divided into 3 types: shield scales, hard scales, and bone scales. Bone scales correspond to the teleost family. This kind of fish has existed for a long time. Even before the dinosaurs appeared, teleost fishes had already appeared. The earliest time of their appearance was the Devonian period. At that time, they were also the overlords of the sea, or the earth. Now, most of the fishes belong to the teleost family. For example, the yellow croaker that Jiang Hai once mentioned, the American red fish that he was raising now, and the tuna, sunfish, and so on belong to the teleost family. The hard scales correspond to the hard scales family. The most famous fish is the dolphin, but it's not a dolphin, but a pufferfish. When it's angry in the sea, it will bulge into a bowl. The pufferfish with sharp thorns also belongs to this family. The third type is the shield scale family. The shield scale family mainly corresponds to the cartilaginous fishes. Sharks are the most famous cartilaginous fishes, so don't look at sharks as if they don't have scales on their skin. In fact, there are scales on their skin, but they are very small shield scales. It's difficult to see them clearly with the naked eye. Under a microscope, it can be seen that there are a lot of scales. These scales can't be digested if eaten. Therefore, without a special professional scale removing method, generally speaking, no one will eat shark skin. Shark fins are naturally the same. When Jiang Hai came back with 24 of 24 shark fins, Bernice and Xiaoya at home were shocked. They looked at Jiang Hai with a puzzled face. He really brought back shark fins, and so many of them. It's wrong to kill sharks. Looking at the shark fin that Jiang Hai carried back, Xiaoya, who could move freely at night, couldn't help but say helplessly. Every day on TV, there was a propaganda about not killing sharks, but it seemed that Jiang Hai didn't listen to it. It's not that I want to kill them, it's that they want to die. Today, I went fishing in the sea and found that these sharks actually invaded my sea area. I have a shark in the sea as a guard, and these guys besieged my pet. If I don't kill them, then my pet and I will be killed. At the same time, my fishing ground will be occupied by these guys and I will suffer heavy losses. Shrugging, Jiang Hai's words were half true and half false. He and Big Fool would not be killed so easily. However, it was true that his fish farm would suffer heavy losses. Although sharks were fish and cold-blooded, their appetite was not small. At that time, Jiang Hai's fish farm will suffer heavy losses. This is also a scene that cannot be reconciled between humans and nature. When Jiang Hai bought the fishery, he naturally wanted to raise fish to make money. However, the fish he raised would easily be targeted by the sea's overlords. This was the irreconcilable contradiction between humans and nature. If this was in the country, if you rented a fish farm and got attacked by a shark, you could only consider yourself unlucky. At most, the imperial court would compensate you with some money for the hatchlings. But this year's hard work would be in vain. Those who worked hard would still have to pay for it. However, in the United States, this sea area is Jiang Hai's private property, so he can do whatever he wants, no one can stop him. Of course, if it's treason, or planting some illegal things, or hiding corpses, then it will be bad luck. However, killing some sharks is really not a big deal. For Jiang Hai, killing them is the most beneficial thing for him. Okay. Xiaoya shrugged. Although she knows that the policies of the two countries are somewhat different, it is still very difficult for her to convince herself. Indeed, in the sea, if you don't die, then I will live. Protecting humans is naturally more important than protecting sharks. Next, under Xiaoya's command, Jiang Hai began to get busy. At this time, Jiang Hai realized that the shark's fin didn't only refer to the shark's 2 months-long fins. Its dorsal fin, anal fin, and caudal fin also belonged to the category of shark's fin. Although it is not as good as the moon fins, it is still a rare quality. The moon fins are called fins, the dorsal fins are called spine fins, and the tail fins are called hooked fins. This made Jiang Hai so depressed that he vomited blood. Why did Jiang Hai waste those shark fins? He has not eaten them before, so it really hurt him. If there is a chance next time, he will definitely cut them off. Next was to clean up the shark fins. He needed to peel off the shark skin on the shark fins because Jiang Hai didn't have any tools to remove shield scales. He could only peel off the skin and not eat it. He only ate the wing bones inside. According to Xiaoya, the best way to cook shark's fin was actually in Cantonese cuisine. However, she was not very proficient in Cantonese cuisine. She could only say that she knew how to cook it basically. There were also many ways to cook shark's fin, such as shark's fin soup, shark's fin rice, shark's fin stew, shark's fin braised in soy sauce, shark's fin stew, shark's fin chicken, shark's fin soup, shark's fin crab roe, shark's fin braised in soy sauce, 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 and so on. However, Xiaoya was making one of the simpler dishes today, which was braised shark's fin in soy sauce. In addition to shark's fin, this dish also used cow's tendons. Of course, this dish was used because shark's fin was too expensive, and it wasn't satisfying enough to eat it, so it needed tendons. However, Jiang Hai didn't care. This time, they made 8 shark's fin, so they didn't need tendons. Looking at Xiaoya's movements, he first tore the shark's fin. He didn't need tendons, he just directly made the shark's fin. As for the shape, if it was a restaurant, it would be shaped like a Buddha's hand. However, it didn't matter at home. After killing the shark's fin in the broth and draining the water, he heated the pot and added oil. When the oil was hot, he added the white broth. Then, he added the shark's fin, some salt water, cooking wine, soy sauce, and broth to boil. Then, he hooked the shark's fin with water and put it into a bowl to eat. Originally, he still needed to make the tendons and then cover the shark's fin on top of the tendons. Now, it was much easier. Just like this, a dish of braised shark's fin was ready. It looked very good, and the taste was also very good. When Xiaoya finished cooking, Jiang Hai quietly tasted it and then nodded his head vigorously. To be honest, shark's fin was similar to bird's nest. It didn't have much taste. This was all based on the chef's skills. Xiaoya's culinary skills were really as good as what her sister, Bernice, had said. After eating the first bite, Jiang Hai's eyes instantly lit up. It really gave people a feeling of aftertaste. After eating the first bite, they wanted to eat the second bite. The thick taste exploded on the tongue, making people unable to help but swallow their saliva. Jiang Hai had already thought about it. He would go and get some crabs and abalones tomorrow. He wanted to eat crab roe and shark's fin and abalone stewed shark's fin. These kinds of treasures of the sea, even if they were cold and fresh, would only be stored for a few days. Jiang Hai couldn't waste these natural treasures recklessly. As for the charred pork strips that Jiang Hai was looking forward to the most, it had become a side dish. He couldn't help but sigh. The main ingredient was the main ingredient. However, the 8 shark's fins were quickly eaten by Jiang Hai and the other 4. Next, the charred beef and kung pao chicken didn't disappoint Jiang Hai. Now, he was really feeling more and more emotional. This time, he might have really profited from saving Xiaoya. After eating a delicious dinner, Jiang Hai patted his already bloated belly and returned to the room. It was so satisfying to eat. While touching his belly, Jiang Hai smiled with relief. However, he didn't forget about the serious matters. This time, in addition to coming back to eat, he still had to look for dolphins. This was the most important thing. After taming these dolphins, Jiang Hai would be able to protect his underwater forces. In the past, Jiang Hai really didn't pay attention to it. Now that he checked, he discovered that the dolphinity was really powerful. In fact, most of the whales were in the dolphinity family, such as killer whales, pseudo-killer whales, pilot whales, melon-headed whales, and other whales, all belonged to the dolphinity family. That is to say, in terms of blood, these whales were more similar to dolphins. They were not similar to the blue whales because blue whales were all in the baleen whale family and had nothing to do with the dolphinity family. The number of dolphins in the Atlantic Ocean was also quite large. Atlantic fine-beaked dolphins, Atlantic striped dolphins, white-beaked striped dolphins, bottlenose dolphins, and rare porpoises, etc. However, these dolphins had a more special commonality. That was, they were few in the north, but there were many in the south. For example, Jiang Hai had just gone to Florida a while ago. There were many dolphins there. Although they also had dolphins here, the number was not as much as in the south. The most important thing was that dolphins, like sharks, didn't have a fixed range of activity. They also wandered around. It was not easy to find dolphins. Therefore, Jiang Hai still had a headache. He wanted to find dolphins. First of all, the place couldn't be too far away. If it was too far away, it would be a waste of time. Second, dolphins couldn't swim over. If they migrated all the way, who knew if there would be any accidents? Therefore, he had to look for dolphins near his manor, but it seemed that there were no dolphins near his manor. Let's ask Ai Dehua and the others tomorrow. These old fishermen might know. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai muttered in a low voice, then threw the phone on the charger and turned his head to prepare to sleep. He was really tired today. Killing so many sharks was not a joke. Just as he was sleeping, in a small villa in his manor's residential area, the door of a room slowly cracked open. A pair of eyes also appeared outside the door, looking inside the door. At this time, in this room, after a busy day, she had finished bathing. At this time, the naked Aphrodite was lying on his bed. One hand was constantly rubbing her breasts, the other hand was slowly circling the vital part. Her mouth was also muttering something like, "Master, Jiang, please," and so on. Looking at the scene in front of him, the person outside the door couldn't help but subconsciously lean forward. A muffled sound came from the door. Chapter 395. Who is it? Hearing the sound of the door, Aphrodite, who was intoxicated with her hands at this time, instantly woke up. She took the quilt and covered herself with it. At the same time, she shouted sharply, and then grabbed the phone next to her. If the situation was not right, she would immediately call Jiang Hai. After all, there were both men and women in this manor, and their previous reputation was not very good. Maybe some unlucky bastard will take the risk. It can be said that one must always be on guard against people. But this time, she may be a little too sensitive. Jiang Hai has a good job here, and the income is particularly good, the food is good, the accommodation is good, and the boss is very polite. Where can he find such a job? So none of the men here will come over to show off. After hearing Aphrodite's words, the person outside the door had already pushed the door open and walked in. "It's me, it's me, it's me." Pointing to herself, the person said to Aphrodite. Aphrodite took a closer look and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Dinah Taylor, who lived with her. The two used to be good friends, so they were not estranged. It was normal for them to take a bath together and discuss things together. Her naked body couldn't help but move into the bed, making it easier for her to sit on the edge of the bed. Dana Taylor did not hesitate and walked straight over and sat on the edge of the bed. It's so late, why are you not sleeping? What are you doing here? Looking at Dana Taylor, who sat down, Aphrodite asked in confusion. If I didn't come, would I be able to see such a beautiful scene? If you need anything, just tell me. It's not like we haven't played together before. I'll help you. Looking at Aphrodite, Dana Taylor said with a smile. Indeed, there is no joke that they can't make when they are together. Naturally, they can also make jokes in this regard. No, now that Jiang Hai is here, no one can touch him, including you. But as soon as she finished speaking, Aphrodite shook her head and said with a firm face. Looking at her firm look, Dana Taylor couldn't help but be stunned. It can't be, you and Jiang Hai have already done that thing. Looking at Aphrodite's firm gaze, Dana Taylor's eyes were a little unnatural. The more she looked, the more she felt that Aphrodite's situation was wrong. Well, we have already done it. Aphrodite didn't intend to hide it from her friend and said frankly. Damn it, such an opportunity, why didn't you call me? Even if you don't call others, you should call me. Looking at Aphrodite, Dana Taylor couldn't help but pounce on the mattress, and then asked anxiously. But after they left, I didn't go to Jiang Hai's place because I didn't know what to do. Then, they left. And I. Biting her lips gently, Aphrodite said shyly. And hearing her words, Dana Taylor couldn't help but be taken aback. Those two women. We can't possibly wait for those two women to make progress. Sigh, if we really want to go now, we can just force ourselves on him. Jiang Hai will have no choice but to obey. Waving her fist, it was obvious that Dana Taylor's attitude toward Jiang Hai was much tougher than Aphrodite's. Although they were both prepared to give themselves to him, one was passive, while the other was proactive. Don't, Jiang Hai is very timid. You'll scare him again. But as soon as she heard her words, Aphrodite immediately dispelled such thoughts and said with a serious face. Looking at Aphrodite's appearance, Dana Taylor also shrugged. Obviously, she also knew that Jiang Hai was a very timid person. He was so timid that he didn't dare to touch them even if they delivered themselves to his door without any status. Okay, I'm going to sleep. If you're talking about this, I'll definitely remember to call you if there's a next time. It's late, go back to sleep. Looking at Dana Taylor's somewhat unwilling look, Aphrodite patted her shoulder and said to her. Oh, that's not right. I came here because I have something to ask you. I heard from Daliana that two more women came to Jiang Hai. One of them is the woman who did scientific research when she was treating us, and the other one is her patient. Don't tell me that they also have that kind of relationship with Jiang Hai. If we ask them, will it be effective? Hearing Aphrodite's words, Dana Taylor, who was about to leave subconsciously, suddenly remembered that she came here for something. She immediately turned her head and said to Aphrodite. They don't seem to be. Aphrodite shook her head. She also got the news, but to be honest, she was a little worried at first, but then she followed what Daliana and Marian said. The three of them were just ordinary friends. The lines they put in front of Jiang Hai and the two women's door were still the same the next day. This meant that the door had never been opened from the inside or the outside. This proved that the three of them shouldn't be in that kind of relationship. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Dana Taylor was relieved. She walked out of Aphrodite's room again, but after returning to her room, Dana Taylor recalled Aphrodite's appearance just now. She wasn't interested in Aphrodite, but since Jiang Hai wanted one, shouldn't the rest be put on the agenda? At this time, Jiang Hai didn't know what the agenda was in Dana Taylor's eyes. He was still sleeping soundly. Early the next morning, when he went out for a run, he deliberately went to the dock. The fishermen and cowboys woke up very early every day. Jiang Hai's temper was good, but it didn't mean that they could deal with their work. If they were really lazy, let alone Jiang Hai, AI Dehua and Robbins wouldn't let them go. So early in the morning, everyone, including Marlon Rupert, gathered at the dock first. Here, they had to prepare the water area where they were going to sprinkle fish food today. They also had to prepare to catch a few fish to see if these fish were growing well and if they were sick. This was what they had to do every day. After Marlon Rupert helped them with this, he had to go to the airport with Belle Luster and fly the helicopter around in the air. In the afternoon, they would fly another round. If the fish were sick or there was a shortage of fish food, then they would use the helicopter to sprinkle bait. They were all experts in these matters. One of Jiang Hai's best qualities was that when he didn't understand something, he wouldn't try to figure it out. Since the ranch was handed over to Robbins, Robbins had the final say. He would arrange who to do what. Jiang Hai was only in charge of the accounts. As for the fish farm, Edward Anderson was in charge of it. What to do and what to prepare was all up to him. Of course, if they needed to spend money, they would need to find Jiang Hai. "Hey, boss, what's the matter?" Seeing Jiang Hai running over from afar, Edward Anderson stopped what he was doing and asked Jiang Hai. Usually, Jiang Hai would just stop by the dock and turn back. Today, he deliberately ran over, so there must be something. Seeing AI Dehua stand up, Jiang Hai slowly stopped. "I have something to ask you. Is there a dolphin colony near us?" Looking at AI Dehua in front of him, Jiang Hai also greeted the busy seamen behind him, and then asked them. "Dolphin? Is there a fixed settlement for this thing?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Tommy Charles asked curiously. He has been a seaman for some years, but does dolphins have a fixed area of activity? He really doesn't know. There weren't any before, they were like sharks, but when they gave birth, they would go to a fixed area. But later, there were certain conservation areas where they would not be attacked and there was a lot of food, so there were some fixed areas of dolphins. Hearing his words, Andrew Christian on the other side answered with a smile. He came from South America, the most important area of dolphin activity, where dolphins are not only a major creature but also a means to attract tourists. It is precisely because of this that these conservation areas have been vigorously developed by the government. Yes, it's such a conservation area. I want to ask, do we have one here? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai clicked his wrist hard. He was looking for such a place, at least he had to have a general direction. We don't seem to have one here. There are a lot of dolphins near the Pacific Ocean and Australia, but the east coast of the United States and Florida are okay, but here we are in an important fishery resource area, which doesn't give dolphins much room to move, so there are not many dolphins here. Hearing Jiang Hai's question, Andrew Christian said with a little hesitation. Indeed, the northern Pacific Ocean has been the location of the fisheries of Europe, the United States, and Canada since ancient times. Among the world's 4 major fisheries, the Newfoundland fishery and the North Sea fishery are both in the northern Atlantic Ocean. It is precisely because the fishery here is particularly developed and there are fishing nets and the like everywhere that these dolphins have little room to grow. Therefore, most of the dolphins either went to tropical areas near the equator or swam into the wider Pacific Ocean. Therefore, Jiang Hai and the others are indeed a little embarrassed here. If they want to find dolphins, they have to go south, otherwise, they have to go north to find whales. Killer whales are also part of the dolphin family, but killer whales are not so easy to tame. The most important thing is that Jiang Hai can't afford to raise them. What should we do then? Hearing Christian's words, Jiang Hai can't help but feel a little hesitant. This matter is indeed more troublesome. Boss, maybe one person has a way. Just as Jiang Hai was worried, Edward Anderson smiled and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Christian clearly said that there is no way. Does AI Dehua still have a way? It seems that this old fisherman really has a few tricks up his sleeve. Boss, I don't know if you still remember the place where we went to sell the blue marlin after we caught it. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Dehua smiled and said to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai listened to his words and was even more confused. Chapter 396. Today, I really vomited blood. I went downstairs at 4:00 to prepare to take a shower. An hour later, I came back just in time to publish the novel. I forgot that today was the last day of the long holiday. There were so many people, but it was crowded, so I endured it. I took off my clothes, took a shower, and waited in line to take a shower. I waited in line for 2 hours, and when it was my turn to take a shower, there was no cold water. If there was no hot water and only cold water, I could endure it. In the end, there was only hot water and no cold water. I was scalded and couldn't take a shower. I waited until the cold water came. In the end, I waited until 8:00. Now, I haven't even eaten. It's so bitter. I'll send it to everyone first. These are free. Below is the text. Hua hua. The sound of waves surging. A metallic yacht rode the wind, broke through the waves, and cut through the ripples on the water, rushing toward Boston. At this time, there were 3 people on the boat, Jiang Hai, Edward Anderson, and Andrew Christian. Sitting in the middle of the boat, Jiang Hai looked at Boston, which he originally couldn't see clearly, but gradually entered his eyes. His heart also became lighter. Yes, at this time, these 3 people came out not for others, but to get some dolphins. The person who AI Dehua said had a way was none other than the old man who collected the blue marlin when Jiang Hai sold it for the first time. When Edward Anderson mentioned it, Jiang Hai also remembered at once. It seemed that the old man who collected the fish said that his fish were alive. He wanted to sell them alive to the restaurant or to the owner. Jiang Hai couldn't remember. But what could be proven was that this old man should have a way. If there was a way to sell, there would naturally be a way to buy. Since it was difficult for Jiang Hai to catch wild dolphins, it didn't matter if he bought them. Dolphins were not very rare fish in this ocean. They were far worse than blue marlin, and even worse than sharks because dolphins were protected by international conventions. Except for some extreme races and people, no one would go out of their way to catch dolphins, even if they accidentally caught one. Most fishermen would also release them. Even if there were some who were dirty and unwilling to release them, they would be sold to zoos and aquariums. This was because dolphins' reproductive ability was not bad. In addition, they had almost no natural enemies other than humans. In the ocean, their only natural enemy was sharks. Humans would eat shark fins, but they had never heard of anyone eating dolphin fins. Therefore, dolphins weren't expensive. According to Edward Anderson, if Jiang Hai wanted to buy them, the price would be around $20,000 to $30,000 each. Of course, if Jiang Hai wanted a large quantity, the price would naturally fall. Because it was only a purchase, Jiang Hai and the others did not drive a fishing boat. Instead, they drove Jiang Hai's yacht. Boats were like cars. They were not afraid of driving them, but they were afraid of letting them go. Once they were let go, they would easily break down. It was fine to drive them occasionally. So Jiang Hai, Edward Anderson, and Andrew Christian, who knew a little about dolphins, went to the fish market in Boston to inquire about it. As soon as they approached the fish market, the fishermen who were lining up to sell fish in the fish market couldn't help but whisper. It had to be said that Jiang Hai didn't come here many times, but he received a lot of attention. Unlike the first time he came to sell the blue marlin, Jiang Hai was still a little reserved. Now, Jiang Hai was still very open. He would even greet familiar people, making them stunned. Of course, the most confused person was the guy who sold Jiang Hai's sea map. He thought that Jiang Hai came to settle accounts with him. He didn't think about it. He sold Jiang Hai's sea map for a few months. No matter how angry Jiang Hai was, he wouldn't come to settle accounts with him now. What's more, Jiang Hai was really grateful to him. It was because of his relationship that Jiang Hai had a windfall and a talisman. "Hey, lucky billionaire, what are you doing here?" Seeing the boat approaching, a steward outside the fish market asked curiously. He was sure that Jiang Hai didn't come to sell fish. Although his yacht is good, it can't catch fish. But this thing can't catch fish, so he was very curious. Why did Jiang Hai come here? Is he recruiting or something like that? "We're looking for your boss. We have a business to discuss with him." Hearing the steward's words, Jiang Hai also responded loudly. As for the billionaire in his mouth, Jiang Hai selectively filtered it. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of being heard by others. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, although the steward was a little curious about what business Jiang Hai came to discuss, he still sent the message. In the United States, no one would neglect a billionaire, so the words passed through his walkie-talkie were almost instantly reversed. He asked Jiang Hai to go inside and then made a gesture, indicating that Jiang Hai didn't need to line up and directly cut in. Ai Dehua didn't hesitate. He turned the steering wheel and shuttled back and forth between these boats. He had to admit that Jiang Hai had been driving for a while, but he still couldn't do this skillful technique for the time being. Because they knew that Jiang Hai didn't come to sell fish, everyone expressed that they didn't care about him cutting in line. Soon, the boat stopped in the dock, and Jiang Hai and the other two jumped off the boat. "Hey, my dear brother, I heard that you have something to talk to me about." "What's wrong? Are you going to sell the fish in your fishery?" As soon as Jiang Hai and the others landed, the old man who first bought Jiang Hai's blue marlin came over with a smile. Hearing his words, the fishermen around him couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knew that Jiang Hai had put in the fish seedlings less than 4 months ago. If he wanted to sell them in such a short time, then naturally, he would be selling the fish seedlings. "Of course not, I'm still hoping to take advantage of those guys to make a big profit." Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled and said. To be honest, if he had just arrived, he wouldn't have been able to stand such American humor. He may think that these people are looking down on him, insulting him, and even some extreme people may think that it's racial discrimination. But in fact, this was how Americans joked. The so-called American humor and Oriental humor were always different. "Then you have to work hard, let's go in." Hearing that Jiang Hai was not angry and even joked back, the old man was obviously more kind to Jiang Hai. He smiled and led Jiang Hai into a room behind him. This room is divided into 2 parts. The front part is where money is placed. Most fishermen come to sell fish. They don't want bank transfers or checks, because no matter how much money you transfer or how many checks you use, as long as it's related to the bank, it will be taxed. It's not easy for Americans to evade taxes, especially these fishermen. They don't make much money from fishing. So these people basically want cash. A boat of fish is worth a few $1,000s, or even only a few $100s. Of course, private fishing houses that gave out cash were much more popular, because they could avoid paying taxes on this part of the money. So here, a lot of cash is stored every day. Of course, the protection of this fishing line is not ordinary. In addition to the old man, there are more than 20 people here. More than a dozen of them are sailors. They are responsible for weighing fish and managing the fishing boats. There are also more than a dozen armed personnel. They are responsible for distributing money here and guarding against others coming to rob. They all have legal gun licenses. Ordinary people don't dare to show off here. Behind this room is a living room. Whoever is tired can come in and rest. Now it is a good place for Jiang Hai to talk. After coming to the room, a macho man poured a cup of coffee for Jiang Hai and the others, and then took the initiative to walk out. He knows that there are some things that he shouldn't listen to. Come on, my Oriental friend, what do you need? You can tell me. The old man watched Jiang Hai sit down, took a sip of coffee, and then said with a smile. Then I will get straight to the point. I think I need a batch of dolphins. Looking at the old man in front of him, Jiang Hai said faintly. Dolphins? What do you want to do with this thing? Open a zoo. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that Jiang Hai came to him for some other difficult things. He didn't expect that he came to buy dolphins. You don't have to worry about this. I have my uses anyway. With a shrug, Jiang Hai can't say that he tamed the dolphins to be his underwater guards. When he heard Jiang Hai's words, the smile on the old man's face became a little more serious. I really can't ignore this, because if I sell you a dolphin, you eat it in the blink of an eye, or kill it to make a video or something. If it is not discovered, it will be fine. If it is discovered, I will be unlucky. When he said the previous sentence, the old man was clearly referring to Jiang Hai's identity, Huaxia. From this, it can be seen that Huaxia people eat delicious food. It is no secret in this world. Almost everyone knows that Huaxia people eat almost anything. Don't worry, I am here to domesticate and set free, not to kill. Jiang Hai shook his head. He is not a pervert. Why would he kill dolphins? Therefore, he calmly spoke to him. Oh, if that's the case, then there is no problem. I believe you. Ai Dehua, my old friend works for you. I think I don't need to lie. That thing, there are plenty of them in the sea. White dolphins are more than 2.5 meters tall. White dolphins are more than 2 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 meters tall. Black dolphins are more than 1 meter tall. White dolphins are more than 1 meter tall. White dolphins are more than 1 meter tall. Black dolphins are more than 1 meter tall. White 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 dolphins are more than 1 meter tall. Looking at Jiang Hai, this old man believed Jiang Hai so easily. He didn't know if he was just asking a routine question, and then he started to quote. White dolphins. Black dolphins. Aren't they divided into thin, broad, striped, white beaks and so on? But after hearing the old man's quote, Jiang Hai was a little confused. He looked up a lot of information about dolphins on the internet. Why was it so simple? Sigh, those are all subdivisions. What species? What species? Fishermen are all uncouth. At most, they would graduate from high school and become fishermen. It's impossible for them to recite all the species. In their eyes, dolphins are only black and white. Oh, and there are also flowers. But the flowers are counted as the white ones. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man waved his hand and winked at Jiang Hai in the end, as if he was giving Jiang Hai a discount. Hearing this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be speechless. Why was it that all the information he looked up was useless? He had investigated dolphins and marine mammals, but in the end, he could only differentiate between black and white. Well, looking at white during the day was good, and looking at black at night made him sleep soundly. Jiang Hai could only comfort himself like this. Chapter 397. In the United States, you could raise anything you wanted, from golden eagles and white-headed eagles to crocodiles and brown bears. You could even raise snakes and tigers if you wanted to. As long as your neighbors didn't care, no one would care about you. Of course, if your neighbors call the police, these animals will also be caught, so if you don't have a big house like Tyson's or O'Neill's, it's better not to think about raising tigers. The cost of raising tigers is not cheap. But dolphins, to be honest, there are not many people raising dolphins. First, dolphins need a large place to swim. Second, if it's not near the sea, it's too expensive to get water by yourself. Also, dolphins are social creatures. If they don't stay in groups, they will die. The above 3 points have caused the dolphin breeding population to be in a low state. According to statistics, more than 50% of dolphins will not eat after being caught until they die of depression. This is also the reason why humans are not willing to hunt them. However, in the market economy, as long as it's something, it will have its value. The same is true for dolphins. So there are still some people who will catch these animals for money, but the chances of successfully catching them are not very high. If you want to send them back alive, the chances are even lower. It's precisely because of this that it costs tens of thousands of dollars per dolphin. The price I gave is already a very considerate price. I believe that it should be difficult for you to get such a price elsewhere. Of course, if you want more, we can still give you a discount. Seeing that Jiang Hai was seriously thinking about it, the old man on the other side also smiled and said a sentence. Then he didn't speak anymore. Bargaining was not very popular in the United States. Once the price was quoted and it was not successful, most of the transactions would fall through. It was not like the popular domestic practice of asking for sky-high prices and asking for money on the spot. The price this old man said is the same as what Ai Dehua said to Jiang Hai when he came. So Jiang Hai glanced at Ai Dehua at this time. Ai Dehua did not look at him, nor did he nod, he just stood there without moving. This means that the price is okay, not very high, but not low either. Looking at the old man in front of him, Jiang Hai thought for a while and stated what he wanted. I want 10 of each kind, a total of 20 dolphins, all of which must be above 1.5 meters. What's the lowest number you can give me? Oh my God, now I'm sure you're not going to eat them. 20 of them. Looks like you're really going to set them free to do good deeds. But it doesn't matter. I'm only going to earn my franklins. 20 of them, all over 1.5 meters tall. I'll give you a total of $13,000. 500 less, $12,500. 20 of them will be a total of $250,000. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man couldn't help but chuckle. After hearing his offer, Jiang Hai nodded inwardly. $250,000 was still within Luke's acceptable range. He also had his reasons for asking for a 1.5 meter tall model. Dolphins can basically grow between 1.7 and 2.4 meters, and a few can grow to more than 2.5 meters. This is the reason why dolphins are the most expensive. After all, there are not many of them, and 1.5 meters is also a critical point. Dolphins of this age haven't fully matured yet, that is, they are only 2 years old. They can't mate yet, but they already have a certain amount of fighting power. However, their minds haven't fully matured yet, which is more suitable for Jiang Hai's taming. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Hai deliberately chose dolphins of this length. The old man naturally understood why Jiang Hai chose this length, but he chose to shut up at this time. He also knew that he couldn't say too much. He didn't know what Jiang Hai wanted these dolphins for, and he was too lazy to know. As he said, he only loves his franklins. Jiang Hai's deal costs $250,000. He can earn about $50,000 from it, and this is just the price. There is no reason not to make a profit, right? Money is not a problem. When can the dolphins arrive? After calculating in his heart, $250,000 is nothing for Jiang Hai now, so he stood up first and asked the old man. I'll call you within a week, but you have to leave me some deposit first. The old man saw Jiang Hai stand up, so he also stood up and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Dolphins of more than 1.5 meters are really not difficult to get. In addition to the harvest of the fishermen nearby, some of the zoos and aquariums in the city also need dolphins to give birth. Some aquariums can't support the dolphins anymore. Most of the zoos, museums, and aquariums in the United States are open for free. Their only income is donations from kind-hearted people. However, this money is naturally not enough to make ends meet, so sometimes it is not rare to sell the extra dolphins to some rich people or people like the old man in the United States. Here's $50,000. I'll wait for your call within a week. Jiang Hai is also a straightforward person. He doesn't want to waste his breath here. He directly took out a check for $50,000 and handed it to the old man. The old man picked up the check and flicked it gently. Listen to my good news. As long as he has money, there is nothing this old man can't get in the sea. After making an agreement with him and signing something like an agreement, Jiang Hai left with Ai Dehua and the others. Under the envious gazes of the fishermen, the beautiful yacht slowly sailed out of the bay. Once he sped up, he quickly disappeared like a white line. Looking at Jiang Hai's yacht, many people there sighed helplessly. To be honest, who doesn't envy Jiang Hai's life? A big yacht, big money, and a lot of beautiful women by his side. However, this kind of life is probably something they can only dream about for the rest of their lives. Listening to the sound of the engine gradually fade away, the originally high spirits of the fishermen fell a lot. It was as if there were two losers sitting in the lobby of a 5-star hotel, eating peanuts and bragging. In the end, a billionaire walked in from outside. The feeling of bragging will disappear in an instant. Thinking back, Jiang Hai was also such a person. At that time, he secretly made up his mind. What? Become such a person. No. Jiang Hai made up his mind to never come to this hotel again. Boss, why did that guy come to you? Big deal. Seeing Jiang Hai leave, a manager here came over and asked the old man who came out to see Jiang Hai off. He was really curious. 20 dolphins, don't you think it's a big deal? The old man glanced at his subordinates with a smile. Buying 20 dolphins is not a trivial matter. This matter will inevitably spread, so it's not a big deal for them to know about it now. 20 dolphins, what does this guy want to do? Although they all knew that the price of dolphins was not high, it was definitely not low either. It would cost at least 200,000. What was the use of 200,000 to buy 20 dolphins that could not be killed indiscriminately and could not be eaten? We don't need to guess the thoughts of the rich, we just need to do our own thing. Flicking the check in his hand, the old man said with a smile, then turned around to make a phone call. Jiang Hai's 1-week time limit is quite tight. On the other side, Jiang Hai drove the yacht at this time and quickly returned to the dock of his home. However, after returning to the dock, he did not go directly back to the villa, but drove the boat to the sea. He called out to Shah and his wife and looked at them. There was no change, but the scars left by yesterday's battle have all disappeared. This time, seeing Jiang Hai again, not only was De Shah very excited, but De Shah's wife was also very excited. Don't worry, I'll find some men for you in a few days. Next time, even if a group of killer whales comes, we can still beat them. Looking at the two guys in front of him, Jiang Hai stretched out his hand, patted left and right, and said to himself at the same time. After playing with the two guys for a while, Jiang Hai dived into the bottom of the sea. He did not forget the purpose of his visit this time. He came here to dig for abalones. He wants to go back and eat abalones and shark fin. If these two things are perfectly blended together, TSK, I can't think about it anymore. Jiang Hai felt that if he thought about it for a while, he might start drooling. Diving underwater, every time Jiang Hai saw the underwater scene, he would feel a little shocked. Although Jiang Hai was not in the tropical waters, and although the coral reefs were alive, most of them were gray and looked lifeless. However, under the surface of the sea, there were waves and schools of fish flashing by from time to time. It was indeed very beautiful. Just as Jiang Hai was about to dig for abalones, suddenly, in front of him, there was a school of fast-swimming fish, passing by quickly. This school of fish was eating as they ran, and they ate a lot of small squid and octopus in an instant. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's fish were not small at this time, and they had a certain amount of self-protection. Otherwise, they might not be able to escape from the poisonous mouths of these guys. Looking at these guys, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He had just finished killing the hammerhead sharks. Why did a bunch of foodies appear? One must know that Jiang Hai had great expectations for the fish in his fishing ground. How could he allow other fish to eat them? However, when Jiang Hai fixed his eyes and saw the fish in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Because he is very familiar with this kind of fish in front of him, but he has never seen it before. The streamlined body like a torpedo, the dark blue dorsal fin on the back, and the extremely fast speed. The leading fish is about 3.5 meters long, and the fish behind are about 2 meters long. Such a fish, such a school of fish, if Jiang Hai is not wrong, this is what they are. Damn, where did the bluefin golden spear come from? Chapter 398. Bluefin tuna, a kind of tuna and the most expensive kind. It was also called black tuna or bluefin tuna. Although it wasn't as expensive as Chinese bahaba fish, it was still one of the most expensive fishes. This kind of fish was a global cruising fish species. It was delicious, rare, and most importantly, it was very expensive to catch. It was mainly distributed in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans in the Northern Hemisphere. At the same time, this kind of fish was also the fastest fish. Its fastest speed could reach 88 kilometers per hour when hunting. It could swim 24 meters in a second. With such speed, not to mention fishing boats, no ships could be faster than it. It was precisely because of this that this kind of fish was not very easy to catch. But even so, the number of this kind of fish in the world was constantly decreasing. First, this kind of fish couldn't be raised. Because it was a global cruising fish, it needed to constantly swim and eat. It was almost impossible to raise it artificially. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Hai didn't raise this kind of fish. Second, this kind of fish was really caught a lot. Too many people liked to catch these guys because they were very valuable. The meat of this kind of fish was excellent. It was known as the best beef in the water. It was one of the best materials to make sashimi. It was regarded as a high-class food and a top delicacy all over the world. However, more than 80% of the world's bluefin tuna was consumed by Japanese people. No one would understand the love of this kind of people for bluefin tuna. Sashimi and sushi, these things were only occasionally mixed food in China, but they could be eaten as staple food in Japan. Jiang Hai once considered raising this kind of fish at the best time because this kind of fish was the same as beef. It was also calculated by part. However, the cheapest one was sold for more than $50 per kilogram. The expensive one could be sold for more than $200 per kilogram. Of course, if it was the whole fish, it was another story. The whole fish was divided into several parts, such as the big belly, the middle belly, the naked body, and the cheeks. The price of each part was different. The best part was naturally the big belly, the middle belly was second, and the naked body was the cheapest. Of course, this was all written down by Jiang Hai after he read it on the internet. Although he was rich now, he had never eaten this kind of thing before. The best way to cook bluefin tuna was to eat it raw, and Jiang Hai didn't eat raw things. So after he couldn't raise tuna, Jiang Hai didn't try this kind of creature. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he wasn't interested. But now that he saw a group of tuna in his own fish farm, Jiang Hai was really stunned. He doesn't remember having such a thing in his fishery. In fact, the reason why Jiang Hai fought with the sharks was mainly because of these guys. Big Fool knew about tuna. Although his current IQ was not as good as Xiao Bai and Little Yellow, who were naturally smart mammals, Big Fool's IQ was also about a 5-year-old child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sensed that Jiang Hai was coming and asked his wife to ask for help. So he knew that this kind of fish should be very valuable because he also liked to eat it. Of course, he couldn't distinguish between bluefin and yellowfin. In the eyes of sharks, tuna was good. At that time, a bunch of hammerhead sharks were actually chasing this group of fish. However, the fish group was put into Jiang Hai's territory by Big Fool. As for the sharks, they were stopped by Big Fool. Then the encounter broke out, and this group of tuna entered Jiang Hai's fish farm. They were instantly attracted by the abundant spirit here. More than a day had passed, and it seemed that these tuna were not going to leave. Looking at these tuna, Jiang Hai's first reaction was not to destroy these guys. Because these guys would threaten his fry, but when he found that these tuna didn't attack the fry at will, instead, they ate the small squid and small octopus, he couldn't help but hesitate. This group of tuna were all adult tuna, the big ones were more than 3 meters, and the small ones were more than 2 meters. If they were willing to live here and lay eggs here, it would be a good thing for Jiang Hai. So after hesitating for a moment, he didn't command Big Fool to chase them away. Instead, he let them stay here like the parrot fish he saw in the past. Of course, when these fish swam not far away from him, he deliberately released some of his aura. After appeasing these bluefin golden spears, Jiang Hai still remembered what he had to do. He went to get abalones. It would be delicious at home. There was a chef at home, and it would be a waste if he didn't make good use of it. After getting enough abalones, Jiang Hai floated to the surface of the sea and got on the boat again. He said goodbye to Big Fool and drove the boat back to his manor. In the villa, when Xiaoya saw the huge abalones that Jiang Hai got, she couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Jiang Hai's place was really rich in ingredients, and he could eat anything he wanted. That night, Jiang Hai ate the abalones and shark's fin of his dreams. He took a picture and sent it to his bad friends. Fu Yuan, Su Wei, and the others were going crazy. How could it be so infuriating? Abalones and shark's fin, what a waste of natural resources. For the next few days, Jiang Hai felt that he was living quite comfortably. After waking up in the morning, he would run, practice martial arts, and eat breakfast. Then, he would go to get the ingredients that he wanted to eat today. Although his place wasn't as rich in ingredients as Hua Xia's, it was still the mountain beasts, cloud swallows, land cattle, sheep, and seafood. His place could be considered to have everything. Lobsters, abalones, sea fish, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, crabs, prawns, beef, mutton, wild boar, wyverns, pheasants, hares, turkeys, and all kinds of birds. He had everything here. As long as you could roughly think of an ingredient, he could basically get it. Of course, he couldn't get some of the more special ingredients, such as bear paws, monkey heads, and so on. He couldn't get them, and he had no way to get them. But even so, with these wild animals, Xiaoya's culinary skills were at its peak. These days were probably the happiest days for Jiang Hai since he came here, because there was really a lot of delicious food. And these days, although Jiang Hai didn't give Xiaoya any medical treatment, because she ate these things every day and absorbed enough spiritual energy, her illness was gradually getting better. Although she was still afraid of light now, there was a trace of color on her face at night. Bernice's heart was tied to her sister. So even if it was only a slight improvement, she saw it in her eyes. After doing a full set of examinations, she was very curious. When did Jiang Hai treat her illness? Because Xiaoya didn't know when Jiang Hai treated her illness. But it was the best thing that could happen to her. So, she was more at ease to live here with Xiaoya. In the blink of an eye, they had been here for 10 days, and Jiang Hai also received a call from the old man yesterday. He told him that he got the dolphin. After he told the old man his home address, early the next morning, 5 huge trailers appeared outside Jiang Hai's manor. When Jiang Hai came out, the old man sitting in the front passenger seat of the first car also jumped up and enthusiastically hugged Jiang Hai. "Hey, brother, the thing you wanted, I brought it for you." Patting Jiang Hai's shoulder, the old man said excitedly. "Then I'll have to trouble you. Let's go to the beach." After smiling at the old man, Jiang Hai led the 5 trailers to the beach. Of course, Jiang Hai also sat in the truck. Looking at the scenery outside Jiang Hai's manor, the old man couldn't help but sigh. "Aw, brother, the environment here is really good. So many cows, and the manor, it's really beautiful. I heard that Winthrop has been developing recently, I wonder how it is going." Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man said slowly. He heard that Jiang Hai was a rich man, a billionaire, but he really didn't have close contact with these people. "It's okay, I'm not in Winthrop town, so I can't get too much information." Listening to the old man's words, Jiang Hai also chuckled. The old man's sigh was indeed about Jiang Hai's manner, but the latter part was about Jiang Hai's words. Jiang Hai is stupid, there is no need to tell others about the Winthrop development plan. "Oh, I see." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man also chuckled. This was obviously not what he wanted to ask. He asked on behalf of someone else. Although he has some money, he doesn't have enough to invest in the development of a small town. It seems that Winthrop's construction has attracted some people's attention, but thinking of this, Jiang Hai was relieved. This is just Jiang Hai's excuse, but if he wants to develop smoothly, this is inevitable. Moreover, this laboratory might be able to give him some surprises, such as the improved species they developed. The two people had their own thoughts, and then they chatted with each other. Not long after, 5 trailers had arrived at Jiang Hai's dock, where Ai Dehua and the others were already prepared. It was true that dolphins were mammals. They also needed to breathe oxygen, but they could not be directly exposed to the air. That would kill them. Therefore, to get them into the sea, it was not by brute force. They might have to jump back into the sea by themselves. Instead, they have to make a slide, like a slide, and put the dolphins on it and let them slide directly into the sea. This slide was made by Ai Dehua and the others. The main material is some scrap iron and wooden planks. Of course, in order to prevent the dolphins from being scratched, they specially wrapped it with cloth. The slide is 30 meters long, just enough to send the dolphins out of the shallow water and directly into the sea about 4 meters deep. At this depth, they can swim normally. After everything was ready, the 5 trailers were driven over one by one in an upside-down manner. They aimed their butts at the slide. Then, some workers climbed on top of the trailers and untied the ropes that had been tied there. Chapter 399. With a thwack, the curtain on the first trailer was pulled down. In an instant, a huge aquarium appeared in front of Jiang Hai and the others. Under the illumination of the sun, it flashed a different light. In the clear water, 4 dolphins were wandering slightly anxiously. Maybe because they felt the light, these dolphins couldn't help but stop and float in the water, looking at Jiang Hai and others outside. Looking at the curious and anxious eyes of these dolphins, Jiang Hai also smiled. From today on, these guys are his soldiers. Walking to the front of the trailer, Jiang Hai also put his hand on the glass. The dolphins also turned around curiously and swam around Jiang Hai's hand. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai liked these little guys even more. These 5 dolphins are white dolphins from New York. In fact, 11 of the 20 dolphins here are from New York. There is a marine park there that is about to go bankrupt, so it is selling sea beasts. If you want killer whales, I can get them for you. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, the old man here came up and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Killer whales. Forget it, I can't afford to raise them here. These things are good. When can you put them into the sea? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was a little moved in an instant. To put it bluntly, Jiang Hai still prefers those powerful creatures. Dolphins, it's not that big of a deal. It's still good to use them as guards. Anytime. Now that the weather is very warm, there is no need to let the dolphins adapt to the temperature of the sea, so they can be released at any time. Under the joint command of Jiang Hai and the old man, the trailer opened the sink, and the seawater poured down the slide into the sea. The dolphins, because of the current, were almost instantly washed down. As for Jiang Hai, he had already stood by the sink and looked at the dolphin coming down. Jiang Hai's hand instantly patted it. A piece of spiritual energy, unknowingly, had been injected into the dolphin's body. Today, Jiang Hai's spiritual energy is estimated to be consumed a lot, but no pain, no gain. For his own safety underwater, some sacrifices are inevitable. After the spiritual energy was injected, the dolphin was stunned for a moment, then it recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye and rushed directly into the sea. However, after entering the sea, it did not leave, but after swimming a few laps there, its head emerged from the water and cried cheerfully at Jiang Hai. Only Jiang Hai knew that it was shouting at him. Other people thought that it was calling other companions. At this time, the second dolphin also flowed down, and Jiang Hai's spiritual energy was injected again. Then the third dolphin also came down, but when the fourth and fifth dolphins came down, the water dried up, so they did not come down. However, the workers here were already prepared. After the water was released, they immediately entered the water tank. These 2 dolphins were pushed out. Of course, Jiang Hai also joined the ranks of these people. 2 streams of spiritual energy were also injected. At this point, the first dolphin cart had all entered the water. After entering the water, the dolphins did not leave, but continued to stay in the water. While playing there, they also looked at Jiang Hai. The dolphin's IQ wasn't low. Coupled with the nourishment of spiritual energy, they instantly understood that Jiang Hai was their master from today onwards. They had to listen to Jiang Hai's words. This was the most important thing. Next was the second car, the third car, the fourth car, and the fifth car. Jiang Hai would give each dolphin a stream of spiritual energy. After the 20 dolphins were all released into the sea, Jiang Hai also waved to the dolphins secretly, and the dolphins immediately dived into the water and disappeared. Looking at these dolphins leaving, the old man couldn't help but be speechless. You say, you just released them into the water, will they run away? Looking at Jiang Hai, the old man said with some embarrassment. It doesn't matter, if they run away, just treat it as setting them free. Here is your 200,000 yuan. However, Jiang Hai was very confident about this. He chuckled and said to the old man. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man also gave him a thumbs up. This guy's heart is really big, 250,000 yuan, just like that. But even if it's like that, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to earn money, I don't care about other things. After putting away Jiang Hai's 200,000 yuan check, he smiled and left with the trailer. Jiang Hai looked at their backs and also smiled. After the old man left, Ai Dehua and the others also put away the slide, but they didn't directly dismantle it. This was because their boss might have other tricks up his sleeves. They should take this as a precaution. After they packed up and went to work, Jiang Hai rolled up his trouser legs and slowly walked into the sea. Just as he entered the sea, the dolphins that had just dived into the water came back. They densely surrounded Jiang Hai, and their bean-like eyes stared at Jiang Hai. The eyes of dolphins are naturally very small, and the reason why they are more popular than sharks is that they have saved people before, and also because they are born with a smiling face. Now, these guys are lying beside Jiang Hai, acting cute and cute. Even Jiang Hai can't help but feel that they are cute, but he quickly recovered this feeling. What's cute about them? A pure man like him has nothing to do with it. In the future, you will be the guards of this sea area. You have to protect this area from the attacks of sharks outside. You will find 2 sharks in the sea that have the same aura as you. They will be your companions in the future. You can't kill each other. Jiang Hai patted the heads of the dolphins in front of him and slowly said to them. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, these dolphins didn't know if they really understood or not, but they all slapped their tails. Looking at their appearance, Jiang Hai chuckled. In any case, these guys are the guardian beasts of his own waters. Once again, Jiang Hai injected spiritual qi into the bodies of these little guys. After that, Jiang Hai pushed them into the sea to hunt for food, while at the same time, digesting the spiritual qi in their bodies. After these dolphins left, Jiang Hai also sat down on the beach. It was the first time Jiang Hai tried to release 40 streams of spiritual energy in such a short time. Even he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy, and his vision was a little blurry. Spiritual energy is actually the same as the male thing in Jiang Hai's body. It can be released, but it can't be released too many times. Releasing it 40 times is almost like doing it 40 times in a row. Even if he doesn't die, he will be half crippled. Although Jiang Hai is not half crippled, he still felt his heartbeat accelerate, and at the same time, his vision was a little blurry. This is a sign of a lack of oxygen. It seems that it's better not to release spiritual energy on such a large scale in the future. Now Jiang Hai's spiritual energy is equivalent to 3 pieces of spiritual energy. After a few months of development, the scales on his body have almost increased to half of all. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, maybe in more than half a year, he will almost be able to upgrade again. Jiang Hai doesn't know the specific time, because he has been using spiritual energy while increasing his scales. Just like today, he directly used 400,000 spiritual energy in one day, and he saved it for 3 days in vain. But fortunately, Jiang Hai doesn't have any place where he needs to use spiritual energy from scales, so he can slowly save it. After resting here for about half an hour, Jiang Hai stood up again and returned to his villa with light steps. But as soon as he went back, he met Bernice. Looking at Jiang Hai's light steps, Bernice frowned. Hey, why did you come out? Seeing Bernice, Jiang Hai smiled and greeted her. I came out to bask in the sun. I'm not my sister, but Jiang Hai, I treat you as a friend, so I'm telling you. You should pay attention to your body. Although your body is good, if you continue to be so frivolous, be careful not to die on a woman's belly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice just said a few words, and then said to Jiang Hai earnestly, I went to release dolphins, I'm tired. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai's old face couldn't help but blush. What does she mean by dying on a woman's belly? If he wants, a woman will die on his belly. Bah, this is not the point. The point is that Jiang Hai didn't go to find a woman. Okay, I know, we're all adults, you don't have to hide it, you're on your own. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice waved her hand, and then no longer cared about Jiang Hai. She went directly to the place where Jiang Hai usually basked in the sun, lay down comfortably on the recliner, picked up the mobile phone and swiped it. Looking at her infuriating look, Jiang Hai really felt that he was F***ked. *T, I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Seeing that she didn't want to listen anymore, Jiang Hai cursed and continued to walk home. Jiang Hai is not a person who is too persistent and too pretentious. If he can't explain it clearly, he can't explain it clearly, and he is too lazy to explain it. Now he just wants to go back and sleep, he is too tired. That thing, is it so interesting? Looking at Jiang Hai who was too lazy to explain, Bernice whispered in a low voice. Growing up, her friends around her said that thing more than once. However, she really hasn't tried it. Looking at Jiang Hai's weak footsteps, she couldn't help but chuckle. Obviously, the recent improvement of her sister's condition made her feel a lot better. She picked up the mobile phone and continued to swipe it. Jiang Hai directly lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep, he was too tired. He slept until the evening, and at this time, Xiaoya had already prepared dinner. Just as Jiang Hai was eating delicious dinner to replenish his strength, a call came to his mobile phone. Chapter 400. Ha! It's her. Looking at the contact displayed on the phone, Jiang Hai, who was stuffing food into his mouth, couldn't help but stop for a moment. He muttered with some surprise, because the number of times this person called him was not many. Even when she came to slaughter cows, it was someone else who called and contacted Jiang Hai. This also made Jiang Hai feel a little relieved about this person. It seems that the other party really has no interest in him, so he was more relieved. Hello, Chili, what's the matter? Swiping his phone, Jiang Hai put the phone to his ear and asked the other side of the phone. When they heard that it was Chili, the four girls at the dinner table immediately pricked up their ears and listened to the content of Jiang Hai's phone. Their eyes also moved from the delicious food to Jiang Hai's phone. Jiang Hai, did you hear that? Listening to Jiang Hai's voice, Chili still said to Jiang Hai with a little excitement on the phone, but to be honest, Jiang Hai listened for a long time, but he didn't hear anything. Listen to what? Hearing Chi Li's voice, Jiang Hai asked curiously, he really didn't know what to listen to. Listen to the sound of our opening, today is the opening day of our restaurant. Hearing Jiang Hai's dull voice, Chi Li couldn't help but say angrily. To be honest, Chi Li really didn't want to call Jiang Hai. This didn't mean that she really had any prejudice against Jiang Hai, but it was because she was really afraid. As soon as she called, Jiang Hai would divorce her or break up with her. Although the two had never held hands, Chi Li really had some thoughts about Jiang Hai now. At this time, she was actually very afraid. In the past, she asked her assistant to call Jiang Hai. Although it was her assistant who was talking, she had always been listening. Until last time, when the cow was being slaughtered, Jiang Hai's voice showed a trace of dissatisfaction and said, she is really busy. After Chi Li heard it, today's call was made. To be honest, Chi Li also struggled for many days to call Jiang Hai, but she still thought that she should tell Jiang Hai. Oh, then congratulations, you have another cross-border business project. Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai was very calm. As for what Lu Li said about their restaurant, Jiang Hai simply didn't take it to heart. He continued to eat as he spoke. As he ate, he said, "Aren't you nervous? This restaurant, the main dish is your beef." Listening to Jiang Hai's calm words, Chi Li was just about to say that this was their restaurant, but then she remembered that Jiang Hai didn't pay a penny. Moreover, with her current relationship with Jiang Hai, it was indeed a bit inappropriate to say this. So after hesitating, she changed her words. "Oh, you don't have to worry about this. My beef won't have a problem. It sells very well in the United States. If you don't want it, call me at any time, and I will return it to you. With our friendship, returning the beef won't be a problem." These days, whether it was Zhang Dihai or Pra Walton, in fact, they were all inquiring about Jiang Hai's beef. To be honest, they now regretted giving Chi Li 1,000 heads. If Chi Li didn't want it, it couldn't be better. "Humph, don't even think about it, you blockhead. Okay, I have to go entertain the guests." Listening to Jiang Hai's understatement, Chi Li couldn't help but stomp her foot, gritted her teeth, and said hatefully, "This Jiang Hai really deserves to die, doesn't he understand my thoughts at all?" But then again, Chi Li also didn't quite understand her thoughts. After saying this, Chi Li hung up the phone, leaving only Jiang Hai on the other side of the phone, who was still in a daze. Ugh, her temper is really getting worse and worse. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai put down the phone and continued to eat the dishes in front of him. On the other side, Bernice and Xiaoya looked at each other. After hesitating, Xiaoya asked tentatively, "That, Jiang Hai, the person who called just now, oh, I don't know how to put it. She's my wife, but I've never touched her before. Our relationship isn't very good, but we're still maintaining this status. According to my estimation, this status is about to come to an end. Once it's over, I can get a proper girlfriend. It's really hard to live without a clear female lead." Hearing Xiaoya's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. That self-deprecating tone made Bernice and Xiaoya stunned. "What do you mean by no female lead? And what do you mean by considered your wife?" Yes, no, what do you mean by considered your wife?" Looking at Jiang Hai, Bernice couldn't help but put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked at Jiang Hai seriously. "Haven't you read novels? Even if it's a TV series, there must be a male lead and a female lead. Now let's assume that I am the male lead, but there is no female lead. As for what you said..." Ugh. Hearing Bernice's words, Jiang Hai didn't stop talking. While talking, he explained to her, but he couldn't continue. "It's because of this woman. Back then, she only used our father, Jiang, to stabilize the company. Later, she kicked our father away. When Jiang became capable, she came to find him again. Jiang was really too cowardly. He didn't know what she said, and then he acquiesced to such a relationship." Seeing that Jiang Hai couldn't continue, the hyena on the other side spoke while working hard with her chopsticks. Hearing her words, Bernice and Xiaoya looked at Jiang Hai with some surprise. They really didn't think that this man would be so cowardly. "Cough, what are you talking about? I'm going out, you guys eat slowly." Hearing what they said, Jiang Hai's old face blushed for no reason. Speaking of which, does he hate Chi Li? He hated her at the beginning, but now he doesn't have a good impression of her. Even if she is very rich, she is not as rich as Jiang Hai. Even if she is very beautiful, Jiang Hai has a lot of beautiful girls around him. As for why Jiang Hai became a coward, in fact, Jiang Hai himself didn't know, but he was sure that even if Jiang Hai and Ai Xiaoxi were together, they would never be together. The position of the heroine was destined to not be with her. Taking some food, Jiang Hai left the restaurant, went back to his room, and then entered the warehouse from the other side, where he had been keeping Azzolina Vicabrio. These days, Jiang Hai was actually a little hesitant about Azzolina Vicabrio. This woman was indeed harmless to him, and she was not sent by others, but after all, she wanted to kill him. Killing her like this, Jiang Hai didn't have the heart to do it, but letting her go like this, Jiang Hai still felt that he was losing out. So these days, he had been taking care of her, giving her good food and drinks, and then locking her up. As for the scenes that were not suitable for children, or those that Jiang Hai had seen in some Japanese blockbusters, they didn't happen here. After all, this woman was not an ordinary person, nor was she an ordinary degenerate, but a real killer. If she bit Jiang Hai when he wasn't paying attention, wouldn't Jiang Hai regret it for the rest of his life? So he had been very hesitant about what to do. It was the same today. When he went in, Azzolina Vicabrio was reading a novel. At this time, in her cell, there were a lot of novels, all of which were bought by Jiang Hai. According to her, she liked to read these things a long time ago. It's just that she didn't have the means to read them before, nor did she have the means to do so. She also didn't have the means to read them before. Compared to Jiang Hai, who was more hesitant the more he knew about her, Azzolina was very calm. Because she had already accepted all the facts. If Jiang Hai wanted to kill her, she would let him. It was useless for her to resist. People like her should have died long ago. If Jiang Hai wanted to do something to her, she would not resist. On the contrary, she liked to stay here. At least here, she didn't have to worry about whether she would be killed, whether she would be betrayed by the organization, or whether she would die in a mission. Here, she had food, drinks, and a place to live. To be honest, if Jiang Hai wanted to lock her up like this for the rest of her life, she was willing. For people like her, freedom had long been gone. This kind of life was very good. You're here. Recently, your cooking skills have really improved a lot. It's very delicious. I once went to Huaxia for a mission. I have to admit that when it comes to eating, Huaxia people are always the best in the world. Seeing Jiang Hai coming over again, Azzolina put down the book in her hand and said to Jiang Hai with a smile on her face. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was also a little embarrassed. These things were not made by him. This was made by a guest in my manor. I also admire her cooking skills. Putting down the lunch box in his hand, Jiang Hai turned and sat opposite her, chatting with her for a while. Only 4 people were here. Jiang Hai, Daliana, Marian, and Aphrodite knew that Jiang Hai, Daliana, Marian, and Aphrodite were here. Of course, Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi, who returned to China, also knew about this place, but in this manner, only these 4 people knew about this place. And the only one who would come in to talk to her seemed to be Jiang Hai. Every day, this little bit of communication time was pretty good for her. While Jiang Hai's manner was calm and tranquil, on this planet, there were 2 groups of people who weren't very quiet. One group naturally came from Huaxia. The opening of Qi Li's restaurant naturally attracted a large number of people to come and cause trouble. Among them, there were a few people she didn't want to see. For example, An Zhangwu. The people who made waves on the other side still had some relationship with An Zhangwu because these people were from Boston. And in Boston, there were not many people who dared to argue with Jiang Hai and dared to show off to Jiang Hai. Except for those guys who were not afraid of death, there seemed to be no one else. Chapter 401. Who, hanging up the phone call with Jiang Hai, Qi Li's mood couldn't be described. Joy. Maybe a little. Anger. There was also a little, but it was more of a sweet feeling. Of course, she knew that this was just her own wishful thinking. It was really not an easy thing to change her role in Jiang Hai's heart. Putting the phone into her pocket, Qi Li took a deep breath. Regardless of Jiang Hai's attitude, she had to do her restaurant well first. Congratulations, congratulations. However, just as Qi Li sorted out her mood, a hateful voice was heard. Qi Li looked back. The person who made this voice was none other than her biggest enemy, the Yin family. This time, a lot of people came to the Yin family. Not only the head of the Yin family and Sun came, but his two sons, Zhangyong and Zhangwu also came. When they saw Qi Li, their eyes couldn't help but narrow, but the messages revealed were completely different. Shuan only revealed a thick killing intent, while Zhangyong revealed hatred. Zhangwu, on the other hand, was somewhat conflicted. There was some love, some fear, and also some hatred and jealousy. Yes, he was jealous, but not of Qi Li, but of the person who Qi Li just hung up the phone, Jiang Hai. What are you doing here? Is the matter of your backer solved? Looking at the people of the Yin family coming over, Qi Li also walked up slowly and said with a light face. She knew that the Yin family's recent situation was not very good. Since their backer's son was solved by Jiang Hai, the evidence of his crime was also sent back to the country. However, there was one thing that was not very good in the country. That was, there were too many people in the officialdom who didn't do well in the future. So as long as you gave up your position, at most, you would go to a high-level sanatorium or a prison in a city for a while, and it would be over. The person was no longer around, but the favor was still there. There were too many loopholes. However, he had already stepped down. The Yin family's biggest shield was gone just like that. Therefore, the Yin family had been looking for a new shield for the past few days. During the search, Qi Li did not let them off lightly. Not only did some departments come to check the accounts and hygiene every 2 to 3 days. Moreover, they were also trying their best to suppress the market share. In this short period of time, at least 1/3 of the Yin family's assets had evaporated. Fortunately, this was not a listed company. Otherwise, it would have evaporated even more. Qi Li and the Yin family did not have any mercy. If she wanted to fight, she would kill the entire family. This was also the reason why she chose to open for business at this time. Looking at the hatred in their eyes, Qi Li was very satisfied. Niche Qi, our families are considered aristocratic families. It's not very polite for you to speak to your uncle like that. Narrowing his eyes at Qi Li, Shuan said with an ashen face. He had never been so embarrassed in his life to be ridiculed by a junior. Polite? I'm sorry, when you die, you must inform me. I want to see how you die. Please, forgive me for not entertaining you. Hearing Shuan's words, Qi Li snorted coldly and said with a serious face. You. Hearing Qi Li's words, Shuan, Zhangyong, and Zhangwu's faces were quite ugly. Hey, they are guests. We are doing business. We can't drive people out. Let them in. The commotion here soon attracted the attention of others. For example, the vice president of Qi Li's faction, Zhao Jianping, who was helping here. Seeing the tense atmosphere at this time, he walked over and said softly to Qi Li. Qi Li also knew that today was her opening day. If she was unhappy, it would also affect her restaurant. So, she could only not feel upset. After glancing at the Yin family, she went to receive others. As for the people from the Yin family, Zhao Jianping, who was more shrewd, would receive them. However, Zhao Jianping didn't have a good impression of the family that had forced his old friend to death, so he just said a few perfunctory words and asked someone to take them to the restaurant. Today, 4 of Qi Li's Western restaurants were opened at the same time, but the other 3 were open as usual. Only the main restaurant was not open to the public. It was only used to entertain those distinguished guests. This wasn't a cafeteria or a restaurant that booked the whole place for a wedding. The dishes were all big tables and there were at most 6 guests at each table. They were placed in some partitioned private rooms. The atmosphere of the whole place was quite good. Except for the Yin family, the others were quite happy. After seeing the Yin family come in, most of the people who were talking happily shut their mouths temporarily. In this circle, everyone knew that the Yin family and the Qi family didn't get along with each other. Huaxia people were more particular about the doctrine of the mean. They wouldn't offend the other party if they could. The essence of life was to be a fence-sitter. But even so, no one deliberately came over to make friends with the Yin family. They just pretended not to see it. What a bastard. A tiger will be bullied by a dog. Sitting in the compartment led by the waiter, and Dixuan had never been wronged like this in his life. He slammed the table and said with a face full of anger. In fact, he came here this time because he wanted to see if there was a chance for reconciliation. However, it seemed that reconciliation was impossible now. Dad, since we can't achieve the purpose of coming here, why don't we leave? Looking at Dixuan's angry face, and Zhang Yong was obviously a little unhappy. Since he was 30 years old, he hadn't been insulted like this. We can't come here in vain. We're also in the food and beverage business. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. We'd like to see why that little girl Chili wants to get involved in our food and beverage industry and open a high-end restaurant. Hearing his eldest son's words, and Dixuan's eyes narrowed. This old fox's shrewdness was not comparable to his 2 sons. Changgu, go and ask them to serve the dishes. Hearing his father's words, and Zhang Yong also nodded. Indeed, they couldn't go back empty-handed. Looking at the other tables, the dishes were already served one after another, and Zhang Yong also said to Zhangwu. Ah. Oh. But obviously, Zhangwu's mind was now focused on Qili. Hearing Zhang Yong's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up and asked the waiter next to him to serve the dishes. The opening of a Western restaurant was a little different from a Chinese restaurant. A Chinese restaurant was naturally lively. But a Western restaurant was basically more elegant. Qili aimed at the upper class of the imperial capital. If it was too lively and too common, she wouldn't do it. So, except for some flower baskets at the door, the inside was very unique. Not only these guests were sitting in the compartment, but they also didn't need to order the food. They were served a Western set meal. It wasn't the traditional set meal with 13 dishes, but a simplified set meal with 5 dishes. Among the frozen appetizers, soup, hot appetizers, main dishes, and desserts, today's frozen appetizers were foie gras, the soup was French thick soup, and the hot appetizers were French-baked snails. The main dish was naturally the beef produced in Jianghai's manner, and the dessert was a small piece of truffle cake. When eating the appetizers, the French thick soup, and the French-baked snails, the Yin family was actually a little disdainful. The reason why the Yin family could gain a firm foothold in the imperial capital's catering industry was not only because of their strong background, but also because of their strength. They also had a Western restaurant. To be honest, these 3 dishes might not be as good as the ones in their own restaurant. After all, the chef in their restaurant was a 3-star Michelin chef, unlike Qili, who only hired a 2-star chef at the beginning, and dismissed him directly because he might be interested in her. Now, they only found a 1-star chef. Although a Michelin 1-star chef was also an honor, his strength was indeed a lot worse than a 3-star chef. However, Qili wasn't worried because her trump card wasn't these ordinary dishes. When the main dish, the French red wine steak, was served, the aroma wafted out. The Yin family's heart, which was originally a little relieved, was instantly raised. Looking at the steak in front of them, the three father and son glanced at each other. They felt that the situation wasn't very good. When Indishuan cut a small piece and put it in his mouth, he knew that things were really troublesome. Ugh! A scream came from an alley in the South District of Boston. A man flew into the alley as if he was hit by a car. With a bang, he knocked down the trash can behind him. His face was full of pain and helplessness. Beside him, there were already many people lying there at this time. Their bodies and faces were covered with bruises. Some people's arms and legs were obviously broken. At this time, they were holding their injured places, but they didn't even dare to scream. Please, please, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. The man who knocked over the trash can also endured the severe pain at this time. He slowly got up, knelt on the ground, and shouted loudly at the entrance of the alley. You have a lot of courage. You dare to sell in my territory. Do you really not know me, or are you really not afraid of death? In the voice of this person, a group of people slowly walked out of the dark alley. If there was a local in Boston at this time, the better people would recognize the leader. It was Billy Wallen, known as Crazy Billy. Now in Boston's underworld, it could be said that they were the most powerful group of people in the gray area. They relied on the funds that they got from a rich man in Huaxia to wantonly recruit in Boston. Now, they had gone from a small gang of less than 100 people to a big boss in Boston's underworld. His underlings and henchmen were nearly 1,000 people. Everyone knew that provoking him was almost the same as provoking the Grim Reaper. Behind him, a strong figure stood there firmly, staring at the person in front of him motionlessly. Chapter 402. Mr. Wallen, I know I was wrong. We were just trying to get some money to spend. Please be magnanimous, I beg of you. Listening to Billy Wallen's words, the man's tears, snot, and his own blood were all over his face. I'm not a cold-blooded person. I don't care if you sell things to make a living, but you hit my men and dared to make a fuss. That's your fault. Now, let's see your sincerity. Billy Wallen stood up with a smile and looked at the man in front of him with disdain. This guy wanted to survive in Boston, yet he dared to provoke Billy Wallen. He was courting death. Billy Wallen took out a dagger from one of his men behind him and threw it in front of the man. The man looked at the dagger. He knew what Billy Wallen meant. Billy Wallen wanted to see his sincerity. It seemed like he would not be able to keep one of his hands today, but he really could not bear to give up one of his hands just like that. He trembled as he picked up the dagger. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Mr. Wallen, I think it's better for you to die instead of me. Looking at his own face reflected in the dagger, the man shouted and jumped up from the ground in an instant. He stabbed the dagger at Billy Wallen's chest. Billy Warren smiled as he gently took a step back. Just as he was about to continue, a pair of huge hands stretched out from Billy Warren's side. Without saying a word, one hand grabbed his wrist while the other hand grabbed his shoulder. In an instant, the two hands exerted force, causing a cracking sound to be heard as the man's arm was pulled outwards. Yes, it was bent directly. Feeling the sharp pain from his arm, the man could not help but scream. Unfortunately, his screams didn't bring him any mercy. The big guy who broke his hand just now let him go and retreated. Billy Wallen's other subordinates quickly rushed over and gave him a round of punches and kicks. In less than 10 seconds, this person had already breathed out more than he breathed in. He lay on the ground, rolled his eyes, and looked helplessly at the sky. In this world, people like them really couldn't survive. Get rid of him. Looking at the man's appearance, Billy Wallen smiled disdainfully, turned around, and walked out of the alley. His underlings grabbed the man at this time and put him in a car that had already been parked at a certain port. They poured him a lot of alcohol, pressed the accelerator, and the car rushed toward the sea crazily. It was foreseeable that even if this man was discovered in the future, he would not be able to get away with it. It was not that the Boston police were good-for-nothings, but because in this world, how many people would care about the life and death of an underling who sold flour? Since they had embarked on this path, their ending had already been decided. On the other side, Billy Wallen sat in a car and returned to his gathering place. But when he returned to his gathering place, he found that a group of people had been waiting for him for a long time. Looking at these people, Billy Wallen couldn't help but curse. Because these people were none other than the people who repeatedly asked him to kill Jiang Hai, but he didn't want to kill Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai is a rich man, and he seems to have a lot of real power in Winthrop. Although he now has thousands of underlings, if he confronts the police head-on for Jiang Hai, he will definitely die in the end. After all, this is a legal society, not the time when the Grey Gang controlled the United States decades ago. Once the matter gets out of hand, not to mention the police, even the army can come to suppress it. No matter how arrogant he is, he doesn't dare to fight with the state. That's why he has been delaying and not looking for trouble with Jiang Hai. If it weren't for the fact that his startup funds came from these people, he might have abandoned them long ago. Now, looking at these people again, it would be strange if he was in a good mood. Don't look at us like that, Billy. This time, we are not here to ask you to kill Jiang Hai, we are here to ask you to cooperate with him. Looking at Billy Wallen's unhappy expression, the leader of the black-clothed men said with a smile. Cooperation. Why would I cooperate with a cattle farmer? Billy Wallen asked puzzledly when he heard the words of the man in black. That's because you don't know how much money he makes from raising cattle. The highest quality beef on the market now comes from Jiang Hai's manor, and it is even sold to Huaxia. Do you know how much he earns from one cow? $150,000, $150,000. He has 20,000 cows, that's $3 billion, aren't you tempted? Looking at Billy Wallen, the man in black chuckled, then said with a serious face. When he heard 3 billion, Billy Wallen's heart was indeed shocked. In the United States, there are urban and rural areas, and people in the city also like to call people in the countryside country bumpkins. Originally, he thought that Jiang Hai was just a cattle farmer, and his total assets, including land, were only $800 million, but he really didn't think that raising cattle was so profitable. 20,000 cows are worth $3 billion. Since when are dollars so easy to earn? Really? Looking at the man in black beside him, Billy Wallen asked with some doubts. Of course. Hearing his words, the man in black also laughed. This is the news that his master told him. Then what do you want? Seeing the sincerity of the man in black, Billy Wallen became suspicious again. We want his beef. As long as you take over the manor or cooperate with him, we want all the beef in his manor. We will sell it at the highest price. Unless we don't want it, we can't sell it to others. It seems that the Yin family saw the profits from Jiang Hai's beef. Indeed, it was on the opening day of Chi Li's restaurant. When the plate of beef from Jiang Hai's manor appeared, it attracted the attention of countless people. The people present were basically elites or high-level members of society. They had eaten delicious food before. However, to be honest, they were a little surprised to see such delicious beef. The beef was juicy, but there were no veins. The feeling of the fat and meat melting in their mouths, and the rich taste of the beef exploding on their taste buds made everyone a little dazed. Subconsciously, they picked up their knives and forks and ate piece by piece. When the beef was finished, everyone felt even hungrier. The desire for the beef made these high-level people calm down. There were some people from the quality inspection department who wanted to take a look at the kitchen because they were afraid that there were things that the country did not allow. But when they got to the kitchen, they realized that the beef was good because of the meat. The ingredients were very simple. Immediately, many people inquired about the origin of Chi Li's beef. However, Chi Li and the Chi family naturally wouldn't say anything. Therefore, everyone was confused. Only Jiang Hai's and family knew that the beef might have something to do with Jiang Hai. After a careful investigation, sure enough, the beef that had caused a sensation in the upper class of American society also came from Jiang Hai's place. This made them more and more panicked. If Jiang Hai fully supported Chi Li, then Chi Li's restaurant business would be a huge blow to their family. However, if they were to buy such beef, they could foresee that Jiang Hai wouldn't sell it. Since they couldn't get it through normal channels, they could only use other channels. Billy Wallen was the best candidate. They were very clear about Billy Wallen's greed. If he really managed to get Jiang Hai's manor, it would be beneficial to them. If he couldn't get it, then Jiang Hai and Billy Wallen would definitely have a conflict. If Billy Wallen got rid of Jiang Hai, that would be something they wanted to see the most. If they wanted the fish to take the bait, they had to set the bait. A conflict between Jiang Hai and Billy Wallen was something they wanted to see the most. Hey, now that you mention it, I am really interested in this guy's manner. Billy Wallen touched his chin and said with a smile. Looking at his face, the man in black knew that this greedy guy was tempted. Just like Mark said, as long as there was an appropriate profit, capital would be bold. If there was a 10% profit, it was guaranteed to be used everywhere. If there was a 2% profit, it would be active. If there was a 50% profit, it would take risks. If there was a 100% profit, it would dare to trample on all human laws. If there was a 300% profit, it would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. In Billy Wallen's eyes, Jiang Hai was a real fat sheep. Of course, he wasn't someone who would believe everything the man in black said. However, if he investigated himself and found out that Jiang Hai really had a lot of profit, he might get involved. In his opinion, Jiang Hai was nothing more than a rich man from the countryside. It was like a child walking on the street with a piece of gold. As long as someone wanted to, he was destined to be unable to keep the gold. The Walmart Group could help him block some of the pressure from the business and political world, but for these people, the Walmart Group was nothing. For these desperate desperados, there was nothing better than green dollars. Therefore, when Billy Wallen heard about the $3 billion, he had already made up his mind. That night, Billy Wallen's men asked around and collected information about Jiang Hai. In the end, they heard that Jiang Hai's cows were indeed very valuable, but half of the 20,000 cows couldn't be sold. Even so, the cows in Jiang Hai's manor were worth $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion, not $150,000. When he heard this, Billy Wallen's eyes lit up. If he could get the money or the cows, he didn't mind taking some risks. There were only a few police officers in Winthrop. As long as he didn't have a direct confrontation with the government probably wouldn't do anything to him. Just like that, a plan about Jiang Hai's manor gradually took shape in Billy Wallen's treacherous mind. Chapter 403. You just lie down like this every day. Are you really okay? Looking at Jiang Hai lying on the recliner in front of her and playing with his mobile phone, Bernice said with a look of displeasure. She saw him go out in the morning to buy ingredients and then lie down here. It was really leisurely. What's the matter with me? Hearing Bernice's words, Jiang Hai asked strangely. In his manner, everything is going according to plan. There are still more than 15,000 cows left and they will all be sold out in 2 batches. These are the work of Robbins Garcia. Jiang Hai is only responsible for making money and paying for other things. He still trusts robins. As the saying goes, don't doubt the people you use and don't use the people you doubt. If they play any tricks under his nose, then they won't be able to find such a good job in the future. The fishery has not officially started to make money. Although the fish have risen a lot, it will take at least a year to raise them. That is to say, the fish can only be officially harvested in March next year. Now it is mainly a monitoring period to see if the fish, crabs, shrimps, lobsters and so on will be sick. If the food is not enough, they need to add some food. These are all the responsibility of Edward Anderson. Like the cowboys, they can't find such a good job. The grape winery has just planted the grape trees in March this year. Although it is said that the older the grape trees, the better, Jiang Hai's grapes are different from ordinary grapes. He added aura to them. But even so, the grape growth period is half a year. If he wants to harvest the grapes to make wine, he has to wait until at least September. If he wants to make ice wine, he has to wait until the frost. However, Boston is not very suitable for making ice wine, because the cold time here is still relatively late, unlike in Canada. There is frost in October because it is too far north. Almost many places are near the Arctic Circle. Therefore, the ice wine produced there is also the best in the world because the frost time is the earliest. Jiang Hai mainly wants to make red wine this year, ice wine and other things. He will talk about it later. There was almost no need for Jiang Hai to be busy with work. There were people running the ranch, the fishery, and the winery. He didn't need to worry about the hygiene of the room. Every day, when Delina and Marian cleaned up their own rooms, they would clean up Jiang Hai's room for him. The pets also knew that they shouldn't go to the toilet in the villa, including the 2 capybaras that had just arrived. In this regard, Jiang Hai really had nothing to do. In the past, he had to cook 3 meals. Now, he didn't even have to cook 3 meals. In the morning, he casually took a bite. In the afternoon, he also casually took a bite. In the evening, he was waiting for Xiaoya to cook a big meal. So if he wasn't carefree, who else would be? He really had nothing to do, so he just lay there and played games. You're really. If you have nothing to do in the manor, why don't you go and take a look at the town you invested in? Looking at Jiang Hai, Bernice said to him with an unhappy face. A few days ago, she drove Jiang Hai's F650 to Winthrop. Bernice also learned a lot about Jiang Hai from one of her few good friends, Shendy Clive, such as the past of the 10 girls in his manor, plus Delina and Marian. Also, how did Jiang Hai get to where he is today, and how much money did Jiang Hai invest in the town? Shendy Clive told her all of this, and after listening to her words, Bernice was also a little surprised. She really didn't expect Jiang Hai to have so much money. Jiang Hai's money alone is almost the same as her family's. However, considering that this is the money that Jiang Hai earns in a year, she was a little uneasy. If he earns so much in a year, what about in 10 years? 20 years? She seemed to see that Jiang Hai was about to admit defeat. I don't have the right to supervise, Moses Adams will help me look after it, it will be fine. Jiang Hai waved his hand and said with a smile. Indeed, he didn't understand these things. A layman didn't need to command professionals, he only needed to check the accounts. As for the construction units and the like, Wallace Kirk will naturally keep a close eye on them. After all, this is the business of the town of Winthrop. If there is a problem, then the tourism industry of the town will be finished. The new town can't afford this. This is not a national project. This is their own project. Therefore, he and the residents of the town will deliberately keep a close eye on these people. Not to mention cutting corners, even the slightest mistake is not allowed. Under such circumstances, it is useless for Jiang Hai to go. He might as well use the time to play games on his phone. You are really... Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't want to move no matter what, Bernice was speechless. However, she couldn't say anything to Jiang Hai because he really didn't have anything to do. He didn't have anything to do, he was just too idle. Boss, a group of people wants to see you. They said they are here to discuss a business deal. Just as Jiang Hai and Bernice were bickering, Robbins Garcia's voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie on Jiang Hai's waist. When Jiang Hai heard Robbins Garcia's words, he couldn't help but look at the door in the distance. Jiang Hai's residential area is not very far from the door. Of course, it is difficult for ordinary people to see the situation outside the door with the naked eye, but Jiang Hai can vaguely see. At this time, in his line of sight, he saw 2 cars parked outside the door. Some dressed like hooligans are standing next to the cars, and in the front of the car, there is a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. He seems to be the leader of these people. What's the situation? Jiang Hai glanced at these people. He doesn't seem to know these people, and at a glance, he knows that these people have bad intentions. However, although he doesn't know who these people are, Jiang Hai is a little curious. Why are these people looking for me? So after thinking for a while, he stood up from the recliner and strolled towards the door. Seeing Jiang Hai standing up and walking towards the door, Bernice was also a little curious and followed Jiang Hai. Feeling that Bernice followed him, Jiang Hai didn't care and slowly walked to the door. Seeing Jiang Hai and Bernice coming out, these people subconsciously looked at him. According to the situation they know, Jiang Hai should be the owner here, but they really don't know Bernice. But these little punks, it's fine if they don't know her. Looking at Bernice's home clothes, their wolf-like eyes swept over Bernice's body, and even the people behind them whistled. Looking at these guys, Jiang Hai and Bernice couldn't help but frown. These guys are definitely not good people. I am the owner here, what's the matter? Across the iron door, Jiang Hai looked at these people in front of him and asked reluctantly. We are here to talk to you about cooperation. I don't know if you can let us in. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the middle-aged man in the lead chuckled, and then said politely. Why is it politeness? If it weren't for his "I'm going to eat you" expression, Jiang Hai would have really believed it. What do we have to cooperate with? We have nothing to cooperate with, you can go. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai said very clearly. Does he need to cooperate with others? He doesn't need to. Hey, you dare to refuse us without listening to us, do you want to die? Seeing that Jiang Hai was about to turn around and leave, a guy with green hair stepped forward and kicked Jiang Hai's iron door. Then he shouted loudly, You're not allowed to leave. Oh, are you threatening me? Hearing this guy's words, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed and he said to him with a gloomy face. Hey, don't worry, you should listen to our cooperation project first. On behalf of Mr. Billy Wallen, I will invest $3 million in your manor and take 50% of your manor's shares. What do you think? With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man stopped the little punk next to him from making trouble for Jiang Hai, and then said to Jiang Hai. His tone was like Jiang Hai was taking advantage of him. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai's disdainful look crawled all over his face. I have a feeling that you are here to die. Get out of here while I'm in a good mood today. How much is Jiang Hai's manor worth? Not to mention anything else, he spent $280 million just to buy this land, plus the cows, fish and grapes in his manor. His manor was priced at $5 billion. If he sold it, he would be stupid because it would take him 2 years to earn back $500,000. But now, these guys are saying that they want 50% for $3 million. They must be dreaming. Boy, if you dare to curse again, believe it or not, I will kill you in minutes. Pointing at Jiang Hai, the hoodlum who spoke just now once again put on a brave front and shouted. He even stretched his hand into Jiang Hai's manner. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai didn't say anything. He directly grabbed the man's arm and pulled it inside. In an instant, the man felt a huge force. With a bang, he smashed into Jiang Hai's big iron gate. His face was almost flattened, but Jiang Hai didn't let go. Instead, he continued to exert more force. With two popping sounds, the man's arm instantly stretched. This was the reason why Jiang Hai dislocated his joint. Being dislocated like this, the man couldn't help but scream loudly. Let go. F***CKU. Seeing that Jiang Hai actually dislocated their companion's arm, the punks behind these people also rushed over. Some of them went directly to the trunk of the car, took out some bats and other weapons, and distributed them to these people. But just as they rushed over, they saw a few horses in the distance. The situation here was told to Jiang Hai by Robbins. Naturally, Robbins had been paying attention to this place. When he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately found the cowboys who were herding with him and rode over. When they arrived at the scene, they also pulled out their pistols in an instant and pointed at these people with an unfriendly face. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.